Chapter 1258. The 12th brother's eyes became cold. Rather than saying this was a ridicule, it was better to say that this was a form of contempt and provocation. Clang! The 12th brother's spine made a sound as a demonic blade rushed out. Using his body as a scabbard, it nurtured a blood-colored blade. The cold air was oppressive as the blade radiance cut through the sky. The street immediately quieted down to the point where even a pin drop could be heard. Everyone stopped and looked over. It had to be said that the 13 steeds were too powerful. Even the 12th brother, who was ranked at the bottom, displayed a frightening battle aura. The smile on Yifan's face disappeared as he looked at him coldly without a trace of killing intent. However, there was an intimidating aura. 12th brother, what are you doing? I originally asked you to invite Brother Yi out of good intentions, but why are you always so unruly? It was clearly good intentions, but in the end, it turned into conflict. On the back of the azure dragon, the man covered from head to toe in azure gold armor spoke. As the second in command of the 13 steeds, he possessed a dignity that could not be offended. The 12th brother's expression became sluggish as the blood-colored blade slowly disappeared into his body. I'm sorry, Brother Yi. I originally wanted to invite you for a drink to dissolve the unhappiness from before, but I never thought that the misunderstanding would deepen. Since you have an appointment with a beautiful woman, we won't disturb you any longer. The second in command of the 13 steeds said. His eyes contained a strange power. There was no distinction between the white of his eyes and the pupil of his eyes. The azure light was frightening and resplendent, as if he was the reincarnation of a demonic god. With that, without waiting for Yifan's reply, the leaders turned their mounts around and left while tearing through the sky. Everyone dodged out of the way. The divine steeds at the bottom coldly glanced at Yifan a few times. Their faces were expressionless as they also rode away on their beasts. Their battle aura surged. Brother Ye's name shakes the #1 city of the human race. Even the 13 steeds of Heaven Wasteland had to give way. Truly admirable. Feather Immortal had a faint smile on her bright and beautiful face. Her pure white feather clothes fluttered in the wind. Her hair was as smooth as silk, and her body was slender and soft. She looked as elegant as a fairy. Just like her name, Feather Immortal was like an immortal who had mistakenly descended to the mortal world. She had a divine appearance and an otherworldly temperament. This was a quick-witted and beautiful woman. Is Miss Feather making fun of me? If these people don't make trouble now, it will be more troublesome. I would rather they had clashed earlier. Yifan shook his head. Yu Xian smiled and said, with Brother Ye's strength, there won't be any trouble. There's a small pub up ahead. Let's go there. It looks very peaceful, Rui Wei said. This was an old wine shop. It was really small, but the fragrance of wine could be smelled from far away. It was located at the end of a very inconspicuous alley. The courtyard was quite elegant. There were more than 10 peach trees planted here, and it was impossible to tell the season here. Every tree was pink, and the fragrance of the flowers was refreshing. Not bad. Yifan nodded. This place was much better than those noisy and bustling taverns. It was very peaceful and suitable for small drinks. There were only a few guests in the courtyard, scattered among the ancient peach trees. A pot of aged wine, a few plates of side dishes, and they were chatting leisurely. They sat down. An old man walked up and quickly wiped the table. In reality, it was already very clean. The tables and chairs were quite old, and after being wiped for many years, they had even developed a luster. A pot of aged wine and a few special side dishes were quickly brought up. The three of them drank lightly, and the atmosphere was very harmonious. They talked about their experiences on St. Fall Island. Yifan fought more than 20 people alone and killed them all. This made Rui Wei sigh. This kind of battle record was very illusory to him. Yu Xian smiled and spoke. In the end, her expression became solemn. She mentioned the demon that swallowed cultivators, believing that it was definitely a huge problem. Even now, she still didn't know his identity. There really was such a person who entered the first region and fought with Mu Guanghan? Rui Wei revealed a look of shock. Yes, I saw it with my own eyes. A demonic light covered the sun, and endless killing radiance burst forth in the first region. Yu Xian nodded. Some people think that it was Tuoba Yu from the Human King ancient star domain. Could the rumors be true? Rui Wei said. It wasn't him, because he was also watching the battle. Yu Xian shook her head. Do you have any clues? Yi Fan asked. Yu Xian nodded. She learned of a terrifying fact. That person retreated in the end, actually crossing 17 realms before disappearing. How is this possible? Just how heavy of a shackle is that? Is there such a powerful person? Rui Wei couldn't help but cry out. Yi Fan was also moved. Were his movements affected? Yu Xian shook her head. Her expression was serious as she said, his speed was extremely fast. Otherwise, Mu Guanghan wouldn't have let him go. He lost track of him after crossing 6 realms. The people from other regions witnessed this. This is just too inconceivable. Rui Wei was a bit absent-minded. She felt that this was a bit unreal. Yu Xian said, if he isn't powerful to the extreme, then he has a supreme secret artifact in his hands that can ignore the restrictions of the trial grounds. No matter which situation it is extremely terrifying. It is a terrifying threat to anyone. It was also because of this that she came to find Yi Fan. She didn't hide anything, and her objective was clear. She wanted to form an alliance with him. And according to Yu Xian's speculation, this demon was very likely to be Killing Saint. He had all kinds of forbidden divine abilities and was truly the most dangerous person. They chatted while drinking. Naturally, they talked about the ancient star domain. Yi Fan was very concerned about the Yuhua planet because there was a Yuhua god dynasty in the Big Dipper. There was a great migration on the Yuhua planet hundreds of thousands of years ago. Yu Xian talked about some ancient events. This was an extremely prosperous ancient planet. All sages rose together and all sects flourished together. It was hard to describe how glorious it was. About 300,000 years ago, a brilliant genius appeared. He came from the outer realm and was said to be a descendant of the old subordinates of the ancient heaven. He stirred up endless storms on the Yuhua planet and established a powerful god dynasty before he passed away in his later years. Tens of thousands of years later, a world-shaking genius descended on this god dynasty and became an emperor. Then, he brought this god dynasty with him and disappeared into the starry sky. The old subordinates of the ancient heaven. Yi Fan was quite shocked. The broken green cauldron was in the hands of the old subordinates of the celestial court. The Yuhua god dynasty was a force that they built. Dying in the Big Dipper didn't mean that it was over. Brother Yi, where are you from? Yu Xian moistened her red lips with wine and asked with a smile. Big Dipper. Yi Fan had nothing to hide. He chose to step on this path without fear. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come. Emperor Burial Star. Yu Xian cried out in surprise. It was clear that this ancient star domain had once shocked the universe. Many people of the ancient lands remembered it in their hearts. Even now, they still cried out in surprise when they mentioned it. That is really a star where heroes are buried. It is said that the path to immortality will also open there. Light swirled in Yu Xian's eyes. She warned Yi Fan that it was best not to reveal it because there would definitely be a great enemy ahead. It was said that in the glorious era of the Emperor Burial Star, there had been old enemies with many ancient star domains. The starlight was dim, making people feel a kind of oppressive atmosphere. There was chaos in the morning. 2 cultivators were killed in the middle of the night. They were only discovered now. A haze appeared in many people's hearts. They felt a sense of foreboding. Yi Fan walked on the streets and discovered that all of the soldiers had been mobilized. They were carefully investigating, almost to the point of martial law, but they still didn't find anything. When it was late at night again, a mournful scream sounded. It was actually a seed-level expert who had entered the Sage realm, yet he suffered a sneak attack this night. All of the soldiers hiding in the dark rushed over. At the same time, a few powerful cultivators also hurried over to provide support. However, in the next second, another scream was heard from another direction. Another powerhouse had fallen. Yi Fan suddenly stood up. Was this the work of a single person? That night, 4 tragedies happened in succession. 4 cultivators were killed, dying violent deaths. The next day, the great commander of the human race's #1 city arrived at an ancient land. He knelt down on one knee and said, "Guide envoy, please take action. I believe you can find the true culprit." An indistinct figure appeared on top of a praying mat. It calmly said, "I have already warned a few ancient families in the city not to take action. As for the internal assassinations of the trial takers, it can also be considered a type of test." What? You don't care? The great commander revealed a shocked expression. After taking this path, if you are assassinated, you can only be considered a failure. The indistinct figure disappeared, and there was no one left on the praying mat. The atmosphere in the city was tense. Many people felt that it was not just the killing saint. There were also some people with ulterior motives who had taken action. Otherwise, how could 4 people die in one night? Heh, did you guys feel it? The guide envoy is indulging in this kind of behavior. This is a heaven-sent opportunity. Let's move out together tonight and kill that person called Yi Fan. The 12th of the 13 steeds of heavenly wasteland said coldly. The 13th brother echoed and strongly agreed. A pair of cold eyes looked over, and the two immediately felt a chill from head to toe. The leader of the 13 steeds of heavenly wasteland had black hair draped over his shoulders. His upper body was bare, and his muscles were like dragons. They flickered with divine splendor and possessed a kind of wild power. A single glance from him was enough to make the 12th and 13th brothers keep quiet out of fear. They did not dare to say anything else. Meanwhile, the #2 figure of the 13 steeds of heavenly wasteland revealed a cruel smile. Do you think you can kill him without a sound? The two were also afraid of him and did not say anything. If we can't kill him in an instant, the consequences will be unthinkable. If we take the blame for that strange killing saint, we will die without a burial ground. The #2 figure of the 13 steeds said coldly. Then, he laughed cruelly and said, "Why don't we do it instead?" What do you mean? The 13th brother asked with a trace of reverence and puzzlement. You guys go and find trouble with him, but do not fight him. Just provoke him with a few words. The #2 figure instructed. The atmosphere in the city was oppressive. Many cultivators felt uneasy. People died every night, and if this continued, it would definitely become a big problem. Ancient beasts galloped and the streets shook. Several savage beasts rushed past and almost collided with Yi Fan. Be careful, don't get killed. Wait for death to descend at night. Several savage beasts rushed past and muttered in a domineering manner. Yi Fan looked coldly at the people of the 13 steeds of heaven wasteland. Today, he was provoked twice, and both times were by their people. However, the other party cowered in the end. Deep into the night, an ominous scene enveloped the city. After 2 miserable cries sounded in the distance, a black figure appeared in Yi Fan's room and directly dragged him into a small void world. This was a painting scroll held in the hands of a powerful saint. He was imprisoned inside and then mercilessly attacked. Boom! However, in the end, it was Yi Fan who shattered the ancient scroll and forced his way out. He killed this person and imprisoned his primordial spirit so that he could see his identity. It's a member of an ancient family in the city. He was startled. Then, he observed his sea of consciousness and quickly discovered what was going on. Someone secretly delivered an extremely rare and precious divine refinement material to their family. It was priceless. Unfortunately, they could only refine half a magical artifact. The person who secretly delivered the divine material did not show himself and only left behind a message. If they could kill Yi Fan, they could deliver the other half of the divine material. Oh, this is a family that isn't too clean. Many of the residents in the city know about it and were thus chosen to assassinate me, Yi Fan naturally thought of the 13 steeds of heaven wasteland and revealed a mocking smile. In terms of assassination techniques, how many people could compare to him? It was purely displaying one's slight skill before an expert. The secret killing techniques of the Celestial Court were absolutely world-shocking. In that instant, he thought of something again and produced another hymn. Very soon, he dispersed into strands of clear air and drifted into the starry sky. In another residence, the 12th and 13th brothers of the 13 steeds of heaven wasteland had cold eyes and revealed killing intent as they quietly waited for action. Moreover, several seed-level characters were invited over to drink. They were inside a formation that isolated their auras from the outside world. At the same time, several soldiers were seated. Chapter 1259. Under the starlight, the residence was very quiet. A wisp of clear air drifted past without the slightest ripple. On the surface, the courtyard seemed very peaceful, but the clear air that Yi Fan had transformed into felt that something was amiss. He did not discover anything and only had the instinctive intuition of a cultivator. He landed not far from the courtyard wall and sank into the ground. He used a heaven-shaking Genesis technique to carefully observe. Not long after, a pair of eyes formed from mist and looked up from underground. Killing intent surged in Yi Fan's heart as his eyes turned cold. Apart from the 13 heavenly emperors, there were also a few seed-level experts in the residence and 2 soldiers from the city waiting for him to enter the trap. These people were hidden in the formation, chatting and drinking merrily. They were isolated from the outside world. If not for his Genesis technique, which allowed him to use the Earth Dragon Chi to detect any abnormalities above, he would not have sensed anything at all. This was a trap waiting for him to jump into. They did not necessarily have to kill him on the spot. As long as he appeared, these people could bear the blame of killing a saint. When that time came, who would listen to his explanation? His competitors would use this opportunity to eliminate him, and the cultivators of the number 1 human city would gang up on him. This was a vicious trap. The second in command of the 13 heavenly emperors did not really want to assassinate him, but instead lured him into a trap. It was sinister and vicious. Before Yi Fan came, he had already realized that tonight was not a simple assassination, but a targeted trap. Now, it was confirmed. Chi. In the formation on the ground, the leader of the 13 heavenly emperors suddenly stabbed a purple spear into the ground. A terrifying light burst out from his eyes. This unforeseen event shocked many people. They did not understand what was going on, especially those ranked lower among the 13 heavenly emperors. They were extremely afraid of him. Brother Gu, what happened? A seed-level expert asked. The eyes of the leader of the 13 steeds of heaven desolate region, Gu Ling, emitted a wild light as he bared his upper body. His powerful bronze body was filled with an oppressive feeling as he said, "Someone is spying on us from underground." A wisp of clear chi spread out from the ground and disappeared, leaving nothing behind. That purple ray of light could stab a saint to death, but it could not stab the clear chi. Yi Fan felt a chill in his heart. This was definitely a powerful opponent, many times more terrifying than an ordinary seed powerhouse. No wonder the guide was alerted on the way here. I sensed it too, but he disappeared in an instant. The eyes of the second in command of the 13 steeds of heaven wasteland shot out a green radiance. His entire body was covered in armor, making him look like an ancient demonic god that was as unfathomable as the ocean abyss. That's right. Someone was spying on us, but they disappeared in an instant. A soldier spoke, causing everyone present to be startled. This was a loser from the ancient starry sky path, yet he was so powerful. Needless to say, he must have encountered an invincible hero along the way. Otherwise, with his level of cultivation, how could he have retreated to the number 1 human city? Could it be him? How frightening. The 5th member of the 13 steeds of heaven wasteland who rarely spoke coldly. This person is a threat. We were quietly waiting for him to come and kill us, but we never thought that he wouldn't make a move. It seems that it will be somewhat difficult to end his life, another person said. The stronger and more cautious Yi Fan was, the greater the threat he posed to them. If they were to make a move on the later trial paths, it would be difficult to end the situation without paying a certain price. We can't let him live, we have to kill him. The second in command of the 13 steeds of heaven wasteland had a terrifying green gaze, as if he was a demonic god from hell. His words were cold and cruel, like the spitting of a poisonous snake. Under the starlight, strands of clear chi gathered and landed in Yi Fan's courtyard, disappearing into the top of his head. This chi could be gathered and dispersed at will, and did not necessarily have to return to his body. However, this was ultimately a divine essence in his body. If there were no unforeseen events, he was unwilling to disperse it in order to strengthen his body. Yi Fan stood up and said, "Since it has come to this, I'll just kill him right in front of you all." After saying this, he smiled and then meditated to recuperate, falling into a deep sleep. He simply did not care about anything outside. That night, the 13 steeds of heaven wasteland stood guard half the night, inviting several seed-level experts and 2 soldiers to bear witness, but it was a waste of effort. Early in the morning, the streets were bustling once again. People came and went, and the sun shone brilliantly. However, the haze in the hearts of some cultivators became even thicker. 3 more people had died last night. The color of blood was terrifying, and no one knew how long it would last. It was clear that some experts had also taken action under the guise of killing saints. Everyone was in danger. Just how many days were left before they could leave for the next ancient pass of the human race? This was the question in everyone's mind, and they all wanted to leave urgently. The envoy did not do anything, allowing the situation to become serious. Some people even suspected that it was related to him, and a bad premonition arose in everyone's hearts. A tense atmosphere pervaded the air. At this crucial moment, Yi Fan seemed to have completely relaxed. He strolled around the city, and when he passed by the city gates, he felt a pair of cold eyes shooting over. He couldn't help but turn around to look. It was the soldier who had clashed with him when he first entered the city. It was a powerful captain. This person wore black iron clothing and held a bronze dagger axe in his hand. He stood at the city gates, looking at him coldly and emotionlessly, a cruel smile hidden at the corners of his mouth. "It's him." Yi Fan was sure that one of the 2 soldiers from last night was a guest at the residence of the 13 steeds of heaven wasteland. He had been drinking and waiting there for half the night. They really did put in quite a bit of effort, finding the captain who bore hostility towards me. After noon, Yi Fan strolled through the entire city. He entered a wine shop and sat down to drink alone. He was waiting for the 13 steeds of heaven wasteland to kill them in front of everyone. The small wine shop was facing the street, and there were a few tables and chairs outside. It was also an open-air business, so there weren't many people coming and going. A quarter of an hour later, rumbling sounds came from the other side of the street. A group of armored horses galloped over, causing the ancient street to sway. Many people moved out of the way. The 13 steeds of heaven wasteland had arrived, and they wanted to enter a wine shop. This was their habit, and it had been like this for the past few days. They chose this time to appear. "You won't live for long." On the other side, a knight from the 13 steeds of heaven wasteland spoke. His voice wasn't loud, and normal people couldn't hear him. Yi Fan had been paying attention to them this entire time. With his hearing ability, he could naturally hear them clearly. Quite a few of these people carried cold smiles on their faces. Their killing intent wasn't concealed at all. The 12th and 13th brothers were even more provocative, making a throat-slitting gesture at him. It could be said that this was a type of humiliation. After walking on the ancient trial path, this type of action was a type of serious contempt and provocation. There were several great wine shops here, so there were naturally quite a few cultivators here. Now, everyone was in danger, and they all hoped to interact more in this type of setting, hoping to find allies. Quite a few people saw this scene, realizing that there might be a great conflict today. The grudges between these 2 sides were already deep, and it would erupt sooner or later. "Some of you won't live past today," Yi Fan said softly, drinking a cup of wine. "What did you say? Provoking us? Are you courting death?" The 13th brother said fiercely. "You are taking the initiative to provoke us. If you don't apologize, we will kill you on the spot. The 12th brother was clearly provoking, carrying out intimidation and threats. Please speak a bit more clearly. Otherwise, don't blame us for being ruthless. The 9th figure among them turned around and said coldly. They selectively ignored the provocation a moment ago, and instead seized on Yifan's words without letting go, hoping to blow things up. They needed a suitable reason to kill Yifan. They had always hoped that he would take the initiative to provoke trouble, and then suppress and kill him together with the soldiers. The 10th figure and 11th brother of Heaven Wasteland's 13 steeds directly pressed over. These two both revealed their killing intent, not fearing that something would happen, but they were always suffering from a lack of excuses. You are courting death. Let's see how you're going to survive. You were the one who provoked us first. The most radical 12th and 13th brothers laughed cruelly, pressing over as well. This time, even the 2nd figure was moved, feeling that Yifan might not be able to hold back anymore. Perhaps this was a good opportunity for them to kill him together with the soldiers. No matter how strong he was, could he be stronger than the soldiers in the city? That was clearly impossible. As he watched these people press over, Yifan was extremely calm, sitting there and drinking by himself. However, the atmosphere was tense to the extreme. All of the nearby restaurants' windows were opened, and the streets were deathly silent. Everyone was paying close attention. It's useless even if you apologize now. Even if you kneel down and beg for forgiveness, you will be killed without exception. The 12th brother clamored, forcing Yifan to take action. This was going too far. Normal people would find it difficult to endure such public humiliation. It was too direct and ruthless. Yifan didn't move, calmly drinking. However, a person walked out from the small wine shop. His figure was tall and sturdy, and he wore purple clothes. His black hair flowed down like a waterfall. He was quite heroic, but upon closer inspection, his appearance was rather indistinct. He dragged an iron sword, drawing out streak after streak of sparks on the ground. He arrived on the street and directly walked towards the 13 steeds of Heaven Wasteland, sizing up each and every one of them. Who are you? Get lost to the side. Today, we only want to kill that surnamed Yi. The 13th brother was extremely domineering, and even now, he didn't hide anything. Pooh! Blood splashed out. No one had expected that the purple-clothed man would immediately launch an attack the moment the 13th brother's words fell. He brandished the iron sword, faster than lightning. The 13th brother was directly hacked in half. Blood splashed out, gushing everywhere. Even that mount was split into two. At this moment, everyone felt their scalps go numb. Everything happened too suddenly. Who dared to kill someone on the streets of the city? This violated the city's rules, and he had to pay with his life. This person didn't have any misgivings when doing things, just too direct and decisive. This was especially the case when his sword was exceptionally sharp, difficult for even saints to dodge. Murder! Someone cried out loudly. The streets became completely chaotic. The blood of many cultivators surged. They knew that something major was definitely going to happen today. Those who dared to kill the 13 steeds of Heaven Wasteland on the streets definitely had a great background. This was going to be an upheaval. The 13 steeds of Heaven Wasteland immediately erupted. Quite a few people cried out and roared angrily. All of this happened too suddenly. This person was excessively arrogant, suddenly launching an attack and killing people in front of everyone. No one expected this. 13th brother. A few people from the 13 steeds of Heaven Wasteland cried out, angered to the extreme. All types of light danced about, attacking together. The purple-clothed individual was naturally Yifan. He displayed the one spirit into three pure ones. This was his Tao body. He killed a great enemy on the streets. This was precisely what he wanted, to kill in front of everyone, to cut down these people's faces and dignity, to kill them thoroughly. Chi! Yifan made ample preparations. After the first sword, the second sword already hacked out, moving even faster than these people. When a few people from the 13 steeds of heaven wasteland were furious and surrounded him, the blood-dripping sword in his hands was already less than half a foot from the 12th brother's head. It was completely done in one go, everything happening in the time it took for sparks to fly off a flint. After killing the 13th brother, Yifan didn't stop at all along the way. Ah, the 12th brother cried out loudly, his face pale. His body released endless light, and all types of weapons rushed out to block, but it was still too late. Pooh! The iron sword moved through the air, hacking at his head, cutting off most of his face. Blood splashed 6 to 7 feet into the air. Yifan's sword hacked out. Half of the 12th brother's head flew up, the crown of his head sliced in half. He died on the spot, blood dripping everywhere. Chapter 1260. The flying head of the 12th of the 13 steeds of heaven wasteland was full of unwillingness and endless fear. It was decapitated just like that, falling onto the ice-cold street. Then, the corpse fell into a pool of blood. Fresh blood gushed out, dyeing the streets scarlet red. It was a shocking sight. Nay, the purple Qilin roared. Its master had fallen, and fresh blood splattered everywhere. It immediately struggled, a pair of large hooves trampling towards Yifan. Pfft! Purple blood flew out as Yifan's sword hacked off its head. The white bones were horrifying, and the enormous corpse fell onto the bluestone ground, its blood forming a small river. Ah, the other divine knights were shocked and roared. All kinds of magical artifacts fell together, as if a meteor had fallen from outer space. They were powerful and intimidating, radiating resplendent rays of light. No one would have thought that such a thing would happen. Killing a seed expert in the middle of the street without the slightest scruple had never happened before. It could be said that he was completely lawless. Kill him, don't let him escape. The 13 steeds of heaven wasteland roared. With a wang sound, Yifan shook his sword, causing the entire world to tremble. He interfered with the laws of the Great Tao, completely destroying the dozens of secret techniques that were rushing towards him. At the same time, the black iron sword in his hand drew a strange arc. Like an antelope hanging its horn, it drew all of the falling magical artifacts into the sky. Boom! The magical artifacts shattered the sky, and not a single one fell. They were separated by over 100 li, destroying the firmament. Even the stars in the sky were swaying. This was the army formula. Yifan borrowed the power of his sword to display it. The magical artifacts of the 13 steeds of heaven wasteland were all rendered useless. From the moment he walked out of the small wine shop to the wanton slaughter, everything happened in an instant. Yifan was as swift as a humanoid bolt of lightning, and no one could stop him. When everything quieted down, Yifan stood on one side of the street with the bloody iron sword in hand, while the 13 steeds of heaven wasteland stood on the other side. It was actually a short period of silence. But what followed was a clamor that soared into the sky. The city was completely stirred up. They had never seen such a daring person before. Am I seeing things? He killed a seed expert in the middle of the street, killing 2 of the 13 steeds of heaven wasteland with one strike. A drop of blood splashed onto my face. Just what kind of background does this person have to dare act like this? He is truly unbridled. The 13 steeds of heaven wasteland kicked an iron board. Is there anything more humiliating than this? This person is too daring. This is the first city of the human race has never done in so many years. It was as if a meteor had crashed into the city, stirring up a huge commotion. Many people could hardly believe it, this was too exaggerated. Kill. There was only a moment of peace. A few of Heaven Wasteland's 13 mounts were so angry they began to tremble. They did everything they could to kill Yifan. All types of immortal light flew about. This world was like a great disaster, boiling with the natural laws of the world. This place became a purgatory. They surrounded Yifan and attacked him. Divine light was endless, drowning out the long street. If not for the great ancient formation in the city, not to mention the street, even the entire city would have been split into pieces and turned into ashes. Even killing you 10,000 times would not be enough to dispel the hatred in my heart. I will extract your soul and eternally suppress the 9 nether Death Star. I will make you suffer the pain of purgatory. Someone shouted loudly with bloodshot eyes. Killing Yi Fan wasn't enough to vent his anger. He could only use the cruelest method to deal with cultivators to humiliate him. Yi Fan possessed extreme speed. He moved like a streak of floating light as he weaved through all types of magical artifacts and resisted all types of wondrous techniques. He fought until he went mad. That iron sword wasn't a divine artifact, but in his hands, it displayed world-shaking might. Clanging sounds rang out as sword radiance tore apart heaven and earth. With a cold snort, the number 2 figure of the 13 steeds of heaven wasteland took action. Just now, he had been watching coldly from the sidelines. At this moment, he sat on the azure dragon, and a heavenly decorated halberd appeared in his hands. It was unknown just how many tens of thousands of gene it weighed. His entire body was covered in green golden armor, and the azure dragon he sat on was also covered in green scales. The two of them were as one, like a demonic god descending to the mortal world. The halberd hacked downwards. This great halberd weighed over 1,000,000 gene, and it was a true divine artifact. The green-colored halberd shaft and snow-white halberd blades sliced apart the heavens, emitting terrifying whistling sounds. Shadows flickered about, as if a group of gods and devils were howling. They followed the great halberd, hacking through the universe and shattering everything in their way. It was incomparably terrifying. In the distance, everyone's expressions changed. The number 2 figure of the 13 steeds of heaven wasteland was too powerful, exceeding everyone's expectations. He could even slaughter saints. The 7 or 8 divine riders that were currently taking action were all shaken. Only they knew how terrifying the leaders ranked in the top few were, far surpassing them. The 10th ranked divine rider shouted loudly, "Even if you die 100 times, it still won't be enough to redeem your blood sins. Use the rest of your pitiful and lowly life to repent on the 9 nether Death Star." He roared cruelly, killing intent surging. He coordinated with the great halberd that descended from the sky and slashed towards Yi Fan's frontal bone. The others also roared, doing everything they could to attack with full force. Wondrous techniques and magical artifacts were like meteors, powerful and terrifying. All of them rushed towards Yi Fan. Kacha! Shattering sounds rang out from the streets. A portion of the ancient restrictions was damaged, causing the expressions of everyone to change. How terrifying was this great halberd exactly? At this moment, a total of 8 people attacked Yi Fan. They stood in 8 different directions, causing Yi Fan to fall into a life and death situation. In the eyes of everyone, as the halberd descended, there was no way for Yi Fan to block it. However, at this instant, he blocked the halberd's blade with his bare hands. Chong! A trembling sound rang out, reverberating through the entire city. Many people felt their souls pounding when they heard it. After that, blood seeped out from their mouths. The destructive power of this strike could be clearly seen. What? Impossible. How could he block it with his bare hands? Who is this person? How powerful is his physical body? Everyone was dumbfounded. They simply didn't dare to believe everything. Yi Fan didn't block it with his iron sword because against a holy weapon, it would undoubtedly shatter. He actually used his left hand to block the halberd's blade. There was no scene of blood splattering everywhere. When that halberd descended, it could slaughter a saint. He blocked it. Tao patterns flickered beneath Yi Fan's feet. He was like an illusion as he exerted the row character formula to the extreme to avoid the attacks of others. All kinds of magical artifacts and techniques flew past him. This was like dancing on a mountain of blades or taking a stroll in front of the gates of hell. In this dangerous situation of life and death, there was a kind of beauty and ease. He rushed out from the encirclement of the 13 steeds of heaven wasteland. To be able to do this in an instant was truly an anomaly. All the heroes asked themselves if they could do it. Repent on the 9 Serenity's Death Star. The number 10 character of the 13 steeds of heaven wasteland hadn't even finished speaking when his sinister and cruel expression froze. This was because an iron sword had passed through layers upon layers of light screens at a hair's breadth. It pierced through the obstruction and landed on his body. Pfft! A sword pierced through his brain. The black iron sword pierced through his forehead and came out from the back of his head. Fresh blood dripped down, and the blade was stained with white brain matter. It looked exceptionally bloody. No one had expected Yi Fan's attack to be so exceptional and incisive. It wasn't some kind of wondrous technique, but a commonly used sword form. It was simple and direct, and its advantage lay in its swiftness. It was comparable to lightning and could break all techniques. At this moment, Yi Fan was like an Azura. His black hair draped over his shoulders, his body was tall and strong, and his eyes were like cold lightning. Crack! He used the black iron sword to forcefully lift the skull of the number 10 character of the 13 Steeds of Heaven wasteland. Fresh blood rushed high into the air. With extreme disbelief, the light in the number 10 character's eyes dimmed. He fell face up into a pool of blood and died just like that. Dark red blood flowed everywhere. Everyone was shaken. How powerful was this person? During the encirclement, he seized the only opportunity to kill a divine rider with one strike. It could be said to be exceptionally stunning. All of you, get out of the way. The number 2 character of the 13 Steeds of Heaven wasteland shouted in a low voice. He wanted to personally take action. The ancient halberd flickered with a cold metallic luster as it hacked down as if it wanted to split heaven and earth. The first few divine riders were clearly many times more powerful than those behind them. Their magic power was heaven-reaching, and even their mounts were sacred beasts. One could well imagine their battle prowess. Wang. However, at this time, another terrifying character personally took action. His speed was even faster than the number 2 character in the azure armor. It was precisely the leader of the 13 Steeds of Heaven wasteland, Gu Ling. He had been watching coldly just now, and at this moment, he finally took action. The purple spear in his hand pierced through in an instant. Boom! It was as if the heavens and earth were collapsing. The power of this spear was too great. When the purple spear pierced out, it was as if a purple sun had exploded. Light and flames overflowed into the heavens, and the entire place was dyed purple. Many experts were terrified, and some people were forced to bleed from their 7 apertures by this imposing manner. This was an extremely dazzling spear. It possessed an immortal life force. The radiance it emitted was boundless, and even the stars in the sky seemed to be trembling as if they were about to fall. The entire ancient city seemed as if it was about to disintegrate, shaking violently. It was an extremely stunning spear. The leader of the 13 Steeds of Heaven wasteland was topless. His thick black hair draped over his shoulders, and his bronze skin, under the resplendent radiance of the purple spear, made him seem even more wild. It was as if a god had been reborn. Kill! The other members of the 13 Steeds of Heaven wasteland roared loudly. The leader had personally taken action, so what enemy could they not kill? They all followed him in attacking. Yi Fan's eyes turned cold. He waved the iron sword in his hand. It was simple and unadorned, but it was majestic and imposing. At this moment, it forcefully struck the purple spear. Black and hazy, it was as if a black heavenly river was falling down. Yi Fan held an ordinary weapon and forcefully clashed with the divine weapon, colliding with the purple spear. The others revealed strange expressions. The eyes of the divine riders were incomparably cruel. They knew that this kind of iron sword would definitely not be able to block it. As expected, the sound of shattering rang out as the black iron sword was shattered into pieces on the spot. However, they were as dazzling as fireworks. They flew in all directions like a meteor shower, and every fragment was fatal. Yi Fan used the army formula, drawing over 100 fragments to attack all of the divine riders. The ear-splitting sounds were exceptionally terrifying. Pooh, pooh, bloody lights suddenly appeared and muffled groans could be heard. Apart from the first 5 divine riders, the others' bodies were spurting out blood. They uncontrollably retreated and were injured by the sword. This was appalling. Even though he was surrounded by the 13 Steeds of Heaven wasteland, Yi Fan repeatedly killed his enemies. This shocked everyone to the extreme. In the distance, Yu Xian and Mu Guanghan's beautiful eyes blinked as they watched with rapt attention. Meanwhile, Tuobayu, Ku Tuchuo, Uya Mo, and the others also appeared. Stop! A group of powerful ironclad experts appeared and rushed over like a flood of steel. The soldiers in the city arrived. Every one of them was an expert who had once stepped onto the ancient road of trials. They were all extraordinary and possessed terrifying strength. The leader was precisely the captain who had once clashed with Yi Fan and appeared at the residence of the 13 Steeds of Heaven Wasteland. He coldly shouted, "Those who act violently in the first human city will be killed without mercy." Obviously, he was targeting Yi Fan's Dao body. His blood energy surged into the sky as he pointed the bronze battle spear in this direction. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Fan's Dao body soared into the sky. The speed of the line formula was comparable to lightning as he struck out a supreme divine fist. With a pu sound, his fist and his body passed through the body of the 11th of the 13 Steeds of Heaven Wasteland. No one could stop this domineering fist. It was swift and fierce, and its blood energy was like the sea. It was extremely powerful. Yi Fan's fist shattered this person, and the fist aura rushed through the blood mist and broken bones. Everyone was stunned. Even the soldiers in the city had arrived, but he turned a deaf ear to them. He attacked incisively and was indeed peerlessly powerful. Only one person remained calm. Yi Fan's real body was close to the battlefield on the street. He raised a cup of wine to the Dao body and drank it in one gulp. Many people's expressions changed upon seeing this scene. Chapter 1261. The long street was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Blood mist dispersed, broken bones littered the ground, and the corpses of savage beasts and broken weapons coexisted. The young man in purple stood on the long street, killing an expert of the 13 Steeds of Heaven Wasteland in front of everyone. It was shocking, as if an invincible demonic god had descended. At this time, only Yi Fan in front of the small wine shop was calm and collected. His body was tall, and his sleeves fluttered in the wind. He was untainted by a speck of dust as he raised his cup to greet the man in purple. Smoke rises, the heavens are in sight, the immortal domain of immortals appears. The sword chi is like frost, the chi swallows the starry river, laughing frivolously, the blood of countless enemies on the ancient road. Yi Fan drained his cup and casually threw it on the street. In the extreme silence, only the sound of the cup shattering could be heard, shattering the hearts of everyone. Everyone's expression changed. At this juncture, a purple-clothed expert was already arrogant enough. His iron sword swept through the long street, stirring the clouds in all directions. At this time, another person stood out with frivolous words. How could people not pay attention to him? This was a serious provocation. Some people of the 13 Steeds of Heaven Wasteland glared coldly. The soldiers who rushed over also had merciless gazes as they surrounded this place. The battle temporarily stopped because the soldiers of the first trial had arrived. They separated the 13 Steeds of Heaven Wasteland and stared coldly at the purple-clothed man. Although the battle had stopped, the atmosphere at this time was increasingly tense. It was unknown how many people had come, but they were all watching the development of the situation on the long street. You killed someone on the street, flouting the city rules. No matter which star domain you come from, you will respect the law with your life. The captain said coldly. His entire body was full of blood energy. The black iron clothes covered his sturdy body, and the bronze dagger axe in his hand emitted killing intent that could split the sky. It was filled with a sense of oppression. Everyone was shocked. These soldiers were too powerful, especially this person. He was many times stronger than many of the trial takers. This made people think deeply. They were a group of losers, not defeated here, but in the depths of the starry sky. One could imagine that the one they encountered was definitely an invincible hero. From a certain point of view, these soldiers who had been on the road more than 10 years before them, even though they had returned, they were still indisputable heroes. This captain of the city gate shocked everyone. Not long ago, the young purple-clothed expert did not stop when the captain shouted. Instead, He smashed the 11th of the 13 steeds of heaven wasteland with a punch before they arrived, disgracing him. At this time, it was not strange for the captain to make things difficult for him. Everyone knew that the purple-clothed powerhouse was in big trouble and his life was in danger. "Aren't you going to ask me why I killed them?" the purple-clothed man said. "Why do you need to ask? Kill without mercy," the captain said coldly and gave the order. He didn't want to hear what he had to say at all. He wanted to kill him immediately. This group of soldiers had a total of 18 people. Every one of them was like a dragon or a tiger, all of them powerful figures of a region. Even though they were defeated in the starry skies, they were still experts that retreated here. Every single one of them wore iron clothes, all of them outstanding and outstanding. They were unwilling to retreat, and there was still a wave of arrogance within their hearts. The captain was very powerful. He was a very special person, but even so, with his prestige, he couldn't make a group of people attack him at the same time. Only 8 soldiers came forward. They were his subordinates and had a close relationship with him, so they wouldn't have any conflict. Cold light flickered in their eyes as they pounced at Yifan's Dao body. On the side of the street, Yifan's true body laughed and said, "How domineering. As expected of a mighty soldier, you have the power to kill and look down on the ancient city. You can kill anyone you want with just a word. Who are you? Are you an accomplice of the purple-clothed man? If you stop me from killing the enemy, I will kill you as well," the captain said coldly with undisguised killing intent. "Don't you know who I am?" Yifan revealed a mocking smile. The other party first clashed with him, and then waited for him at the residence of the 13 steeds of heaven wasteland for most of the night. How could he not know? "Looking at you, you must be in the same group as him. Let's take you down first," the captain said coldly and was about to order the others to attack. The 8th person of the 13 steeds of heaven wasteland agreed coldly and said, "That's right. It was this person who provoked us first," and then the purple-clothed man suddenly attacked. "He must be an accomplice. We are willing to lend the captain a hand and protect the peace of the first human city. Let's take down this person first. I will kill anyone who dares to attack," Yifan said coldly as he stood in front of the small wine shop. His voice wasn't loud, but it was intimidating. The street was chaotic enough and the soldiers had arrived, but he was not afraid at all. He was not afraid of the experts who targeted him. His words were sonorous and powerful. "How dare you!" The captain's eyes were cold and murderous. He shouted and was about to attack himself. At the same time, the people ranked at the bottom of the 13 steeds of heaven wasteland also surrounded him, wanting to help him kill Yifan. They were very depressed today and hated Yifan and the purple-clothed man to the extreme. However, at this time, a miserable scream was heard. The purple-clothed man's magical power was profound and his battle aura was oppressive. He seized a long sword and actually cut a soldier in half at the waist. Blood splashed everywhere. This place could no longer maintain its peace and became noisy. Regardless of whether it was the natives of the city or the cultivators on the ancient starry path, they were all shocked. Is he going to defy the heavens? He walked on the starry path, yet he dared to start a massacre in the first trial of the human race. This kind of boldness is a bit too much. Who is he? Why can't I see his true appearance? He clearly looks heroic, but every time I look closely, it's a blur. How terrifying, continuously slaughtering experts. Today, if he doesn't establish an illustrious reputation, then he will be dismembered. Yifan's Dao body didn't escape. He seized a bronze sword and fought against the enemies. Sword light flashed, as if dragons were splitting the sky. He couldn't help but admit that this group of soldiers was extremely terrifying and overly brave. It was unknown how much stronger they were compared to the middle-aged Taoist nun and the others. Each and every one of them was a hero of a region. However, walking on this starry path was destined to be a clash between experts. In front of an even stronger expert, some people's past glory was nothing. Yifan's battle aura surged and surpassed them. With a bronze sword in hand, he turned into a human-shaped Tyrannosaurus and slaughtered in all directions. No one could stop him. Those who went forward to attack were all the captain's men. There was no right or wrong in their eyes. They only had the intention to kill him. Yi Fan naturally wouldn't show any mercy. The long sword danced in the sky, and the sword chi was like snow and frost. A clear and cold brilliance swept out and directly shot into the sky, shaking people's hearts. After that, the sword chi was restrained in an instant. From the extreme brilliance to the final dimness, it was completed in an instant. It was even more terrifying. The simple and unadorned bronze sword slashed down and cut the space between the eyebrows of a ferocious and murderous soldier. With a puff, fresh blood gushed out, and a bloodstain extended from top to bottom to between the soldier's legs. With a shrill scream, the soldier's body was divided into two halves. Blood gushed out wildly, and the two halves fell to the sides. It was a terrifying scene. Within dozens of moves, 2 of the 8 great experts had fallen. They were all cut down by Yi Fan's Dao body. This was not an ordinary person. The scarlet blood was a ghastly sight. Everyone was terrified. How long had it been? The purple-clothed man was besieged by 8 heroes who had set foot on the starry ancient path. He had killed 2 of them in less than 100 moves. His power was terrifying. It was precisely because of this that the captain's order to target the real Yi Fan was delayed. A low melody came from his throat, which was terrifying like a demonic roar. He personally took action. With the bronze dagger axe in hand, he slaughtered his way over. These were all people he had carefully recruited. They all followed his lead and were willing to be used by him. The expressions of some of the 13 cavalry of Heaven Wasteland changed. They did not attack Yi Fan's real body and instead chose to attack the purple-clothed man. They felt that the threat he posed was too great, and they needed to kill him first. The first 4 leaders didn't move and watched coldly. The divine cavalry that were ranked lower took action together to help the soldiers kill the purple-clothed man. "I'll kill you." The captain took a step forward. The heaven and earth changed, and the wind and clouds lost color. He was like a monarch patrolling, looking down on the world with an unrivaled aura. Beside him, enormous stars appeared one after another. He was like an immortal king as he walked forward. His entire body was covered in armor, and only his eyes were cold and threatening. Great Tao patterns covered the sky. A simple step was already so terrifying, making everyone feel intimidated. Was this still a failure? Just who exactly was he defeated by? There was definitely an extraordinary story behind this. Hung Long. The bronze dagger axe in his hand swept over, collapsing the void. His unrivaled aura intimidated everyone's soul. This kind of self-confidence and strength was enough to shock the world. Yi Fan revealed a strange expression. This captain was definitely stronger than Mount Junwei, yet he retreated here to guard the city gate. It was truly unimaginable. He was calm and fearless. The bronze sword in his hand slashed forward. Immediately, boundless sword chi covered the sky and earth like a heavenly river descending. It was majestic and shocking. Everyone held their breaths. This was a confrontation between top experts. It was a rare battle between dragons and tigers. It was a world-shaking confrontation. Clang! Yi Fan used his sword to block the bronze dagger axe. Their edges met, and a large expanse of great Tao symbols spread out. Every one of them flickered with resplendent light, engraving themselves in the sky, making everyone gasp. This was a method only the top experts of the trial takers could use. This was the embodiment of a shocking understanding of the Tao. A simple strike, a casual sword strike, contained the laws of heaven and earth and evolved all things. It was the embodiment of the terrifying laws to the extreme. Using divine laws was the collision of the Tao. Hung Long. Around them, the 6 soldiers were all sent flying. Their faces were pale and devoid of blood. The pupils of the 13 steeds of Heaven Wasteland who had just arrived also shrank rapidly. Yi Fan and the captain stood where they were without moving. The bronze sword and the dagger axe collided, emitting a monstrous aura. It was this fluctuation that forced the others back. Do you really think you are the master of this city? You are so unbridled. You want to kill me right here and now? Yi Fan said calmly. That's right. I am the law here. I want to kill you. What can you do? The captain said coldly. His eyes were frightening and full of coldness. Let's go together and kill him. One of the 6 soldiers said. It didn't matter to them who was right or wrong. They only listened to the captain and followed his will. Don't force me to start a massacre, Yi Fan said mercilessly. Then come and try. The captain said coldly. His face was covered by the iron armor and helmet, so no one could see his true appearance. However, the voice belonged to a young man. He said coldly, I am the law now. I want to lead people to kill you. What can you do? Chapter 1262. You think you're the only one? Yi Fan sneered. The bronze sword in his hand fell to the ground, creating a series of sparks. The restrictions were strengthened, and the ancient city was immortal. You can think of it that way. The captain's eyes were cold. The bronze dagger axe in his hand was simple and unadorned, but it was becoming more and more oppressive. It was like a slumbering ancient weapon. Then I'll use one sword to break the law. Yi Fan raised his sword. Sword radiance swallowed and boundless killing intent rushed out like a snowy waterfall. This battle was unavoidable. The clouds moved in all directions, and the sword energy was ever-changing. Strands of murderous aura burst forth, and Tao marks interweaved. Many restrictions in the ancient city were awakened and flashed with brilliance. From time to time, a mysterious power would appear to protect the city and prevent it from collapsing. The two turned into 2 beams of light and fought for 400 rounds in the blink of an eye. They fought until the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Stars moved and all kinds of strange phenomena appeared. Chi! Yi Fan's sword rushed into the heavens and pierced through the sky, shattering a meteorite. That was the artificial moon in the sky of the number 1 human city. It was hacked down. Everyone was moved. That sword just now had cut through the restrictions. It was extremely sharp and made many experts feel ashamed of their inferiority. 500 moves had already been exchanged, but there was still no result. This was someone who far surpassed Mount Junwei. He was unbelievably powerful. Many people did not believe that he was a failure. If he was defeated even with such a peerless edge, then how terrifying would the heroes in front of him be? The 6 soldiers finally rushed up. They did not listen to the captain's warning and attacked forcefully. They wanted to help him kill the purple-clothed expert as soon as possible. Yi Fan's eyes flashed with a ruthless light. It was useless no matter how many of these people there were. They could not pose any threat to him. The bronze sword clanged and thousands of layers of sword energy surged. Each layer was like a surging ocean with waves sweeping up the sky. The boundless sword energy fell along with the river of stars. Pfft! His sword was as heavy as a mountain. It did not slash down, but rather slapped down, causing the heaven and earth to collapse. The soldier in front of him was covered in blood. Then, he exploded and blood splashed everywhere. This was a heavy sword that directly shattered him. All of you, step back. The captain's eyes were cold as he commanded once again. He did not want these people to step forward. If they were unable to help, they would only lose their lives for nothing. However, Yi Fan abandoned him and used the Xing formula to chase after these people. Sword light flashed, illuminating the heavens and the earth. The bronze sword in his hand was like a sun, releasing divine splendor. With a pu sound, another person's head was sliced off. Blood flowed out, and the corpse fell into a pool of blood. The captain's expression turned cold. Without saying a word, the bronze dagger axe in his hand slashed across the sky. Giant stars appeared behind him one after another. He was like a god descending from the heavens, exuding a majestic pressure. Boom! This was a type of boundless might. When the bronze spear struck out, it was as if a stellar domain smashed down. Ancient stars swirled about, stellar rivers flowing. It was extremely intimidating. The long sword in Yifan's hand clashed continuously with the battle spear. It was brilliant and dazzling, and his killing intent was like raging waves. The stars trembled even more violently, as if a vast stellar domain was undulating. The ancient stars emitted boundless might. The starlight was hazy, covering Yifan within. From the outside, this was only a small world, but from the inside, it was vast and boundless. The void rumbled. This was a terrifying Dao fruit cultivated by the captain. He was millions and millions of zhang tall, towering in the universe's stellar rivers. His divine might was matchless. He evolved the boundless sky, making himself the sole ruler. He could destroy all things. When the bronze dagger axe fell, the stellar rivers collapsed, and the ancient stars were destroyed. There was nothing it could not destroy. In his stellar world, all things were ants and dust. The spectators felt like they were suffocating. In my body's sky, all living things will be destroyed. No one can go against my will. His words were like thunder, and the dagger axe flickered. Chang! The bronze dagger axe that was comparable to a stellar river was blocked. Yifan's sword stabbed out, causing a star to collapse. He sent out waves of saint force. Let's see how long you can last. Outside the battlefield, the 4 surviving soldiers' eyes were cold. Several of their companions had been killed, and this filled them with hatred. They all held their weapons and glared at him. However, what happened next was terrifying. The bronze swords in the soldiers' hands all turned around. They either split open their own skulls or pierced through their own frontal bones. All of them died on the spot. Clanging swords rang out, blood flowed, and corpses fell. It happened almost at the same time, making everyone suck in a breath of cold air. What happened? Many people did not understand what was going on. Could that be the legendary army formula? A few people cried out in surprise. Their eyes burned brightly as they looked at the battlefield, staring at the purple-clothed man in the stellar river. It's the army formula. The number 2 figure of the 13 steeds of heaven wasteland had terrifying green eyes, revealing a demonic radiance. The azure halberd in his hand flickered coldly. Yifan and the captain fought for more than 1,000 rounds. Their speed was extremely fast, and every strike was like thunder and lightning as they collided violently. This person was far superior to the Lord of Mount Junwei. To be able to fight with Yifan to this extent, it was definitely his true strength, which made Yifan feel shocked. Clang! Yifan grasped the opportunity and lightly flicked. The bronze sword trembled, and the sword chi was like the sea as it roared. The captain retreated. The blood in his body surged like a great river, and he was shocked. He had never thought that this battle would be so troublesome. After cultivating and comprehending the Tao for more than 10 years, he unexpectedly met such an opponent again. Yifan cultivated the army formula, but he had concealed it, which created a psychological pressure on the captain. Only at this moment did he suddenly launch an attack. He wanted to eliminate the captain in one strike. Clang clang, the sound of metal vibrating was ear-piercing. The bronze weapons collided one after another, and the halberd flew uncontrollably into the sky. At the same time, the captain's iron clothes burned, and his helmet exploded. Everyone felt their blood run cold. This was the army's secret formula, and it wanted to kill the enemy in an instant. Clang clang sounds were ear-piercing as the armor shattered and burned inch by inch. Yifan wanted to use the captain as a living sacrifice. This kind of method made everyone feel scared. Wearing the armor was simply a burden, and it would only lead to death. Boom! The captain flew out horizontally, piercing through the sky. His armor was shattered, and blood dripped from his body as he fell down. Is it over? Many people's voices were trembling. The captain was so powerful that he far surpassed many of the trial takers. Yet, his armor was shattered, and he was almost a living sacrifice. Many people felt a chill from head to toe. The captain landed on the ground, and his body staggered, but he quickly stood up straight. Half of his body was dripping with blood, and a crack had appeared on his forehead. The injury was not light. Yi Fan had to admit that this person was extremely powerful and threatening. The captain's body blossomed with the radiance of life, and his injured body was rapidly recovering. The captain's true body was revealed. This was an extremely handsome young expert. His black hair scattered behind him, and his skin was white like jade. He could be considered a heroic and vigorous person. No one would have thought that he wasn't an iron-blooded veteran, but rather an elegant young master. His heroic spirit was restrained, and he possessed an extraordinary aura. The only flaw was that his eyes were too cold, and it was difficult for others to have a good impression of him. He seemed a bit cold. This is the second defeat I, Guansheng, have suffered. More than 10 years ago, I was pierced through by a spear along with my mount, and I was almost nailed to death in the boundless ancient land. Even though I was indignant, I had no choice but to retreat in defeat. Now, even though I am injured again, I am not convinced. I will take your head. Guansheng roared. His entire body surged with spiritual essence, and his black hair stood on end. His expression was terrifying, and the radiance of life blossomed. His body quickly healed, and he recovered to his original state. This was an expert who had dyed the starry skies with blood, and had experienced many life and death trials. His strength was absolutely terrifying. Brother Guan, let me lend you a hand. The number 2 character of Heaven Wasteland 13 Mounts was absolutely terrifying. His clear eyes flickered as he stepped forward with the great halberd in hand. During this process, he applied a strange seal on himself. It was a yellowing divine list, and he stuck it on his body. Yi Fan's heart jumped. This was clearly done to deal with the army formula, and he didn't know the origins of this yellowing divine list. I'll do it myself. Even though Guansheng was handsome, he was currently somewhat sinister. His head of black hair danced chaotically as if he was possessed. Wang. At the same time, another extremely terrifying aura transmitted over. It was as if a purple sun had exploded, and its vicious flames overflowed into the heavens. The leader of the Heaven Wasteland 13 Mounts, Gu Ling, had made his move. His bronze upper body was exposed, and his muscles were like dragons. His eyes were like cold lightning, and the purple spear in his hand pierced over with lightning speed. The heaven and earth collapsed. It was unknown just how terrifying this spear was, but even a portion of the ancient city's restrictions were damaged. Boom! It was like a surging ocean, shattering the sky. Gu Ling was terrifyingly powerful, and it was impossible to see through his depths. His eyes were filled with a wild radiance, and he was incomparably cruel. He didn't have the thought of winning with numbers. This was a kind of primitive wild instinct that made him pierce out this exceptionally sharp spear. Yi Fan circulated the army formula, but this person's wild strength was shocking. The veins in his hands bulged, and he firmly grabbed the purple spear. The trajectory didn't change as he pierced down, and the power of the army formula was weakened by more than half. At the same time, the number 2 figure of the Heaven Wasteland 13 Mounts slashed down with the bronze dagger axe of Guansheng, tearing the sky apart. Kill! Yi Fan shouted softly, and the golden divine treasure appeared behind him. All kinds of Dao soldiers rose and fell, and golden divine radiance shocked the 9 heavens as they attacked indiscriminately. In terms of group battles, this was undoubtedly the best choice. There was no difference between killing one person and killing 10 million people. The huge golden bell rang leisurely, the resplendent pagoda suppressed, the immortal sword shot out, and the golden gourd swallowed all things. It was a peerless attack that covered a wide area. Ah! 2 miserable cries rang out, and the 9th and 8th of the Heaven Wasteland 13 Mounts were killed. They were both cut into pieces by the golden Dao soldiers, and blood light surged over 10 meters into the air. Yi Fan's heart trembled. The leader of the Heaven Wasteland 13 Mounts, Gu Ling, was definitely a great enemy, and that Guansheng was also no small matter. They transformed into 2 beams of killing light and obliterated a large number of golden Dao soldiers. Other than that, the number 2 figure of the Heaven Wasteland 13 Mounts was also very terrifying. He transformed into a ball of green light that was impervious to all techniques. When everything quietened down, the two sides confronted each other. No one made a move, and both revealed cold expressions. Suddenly, Yi Fan's Dao body frowned. Time was up, and he was about to transform into clear air and disappear. "We'll fight another day." He sank into the ground and disappeared in an instant. No one could catch up to him. At this moment, it was unknown how many people had come to watch the battle. They had never expected such an outcome, and they were shocked. However, they were also very regretful that they couldn't see the decisive battle. The crowd was dead silent, and it took a long time for them to come back to their senses. Ding! The wine cup fell to the ground and shattered on the street. Yi Fan's true body drank the last cup of wine and walked out of the small tavern. "The purple-robed man is you. The leader of the Heaven Wasteland 13 Mounts," Gu Ling said. His wild gaze was frightening, and his black hair was disheveled and draped over his shoulders. "That's right. My intuition tells me that the purple-robed man is you." Guanxing also walked forward coldly. His skin was as fair as jade. "Proof." Yi Fan was calm and composed. "My intuition tells me that it's you, and that's enough." Guanxing pressed forward like a demonic god, and his handsome face was bone-piercingly cold. Yi Fan laughed loudly and calmly took out a black spear. He pointed it at the southern sky, and his battle intent surged. At the same time, Longma also rushed over from afar. Yi Fan leapt onto his horse and faced everyone. "If you want to kill me, come at me." Everyone was alarmed. Was the purple-robed man really him? His true body hadn't even made a move, yet he was already so terrifying. Just how powerful was he? This place quickly erupted with commotion. Many people believed that the purple-robed man was definitely him, even though he didn't admit it. "Stay your hand." The void distorted, and an indistinct figure appeared. The guide envoy appeared. Everyone was shocked. This was the first time this irresponsible guide envoy was forced out. "All of you, go on your way. Don't stop for even a moment." His voice was overcast, but it shook many people until their blood and chi surged, and they couldn't stand steadily. An ancient bugle horn sounded, boundless and distant, summoning all of the trial takers. An altar appeared in the sky, flowing with misty radiance. "I am going to embark on a new journey and challenge the most powerful ancient path again." Guancheng's eyes were cold as he stared at Yi Fan. "Next, you all have to slaughter your way to the second trial. You can take action against anyone. For everyone, this is considered the entire world's enemy. The one who survives until the end is considered to have passed." The guide envoy's words shocked everyone. They knew that a bloody storm was about to begin. Chapter 1263. Verdant mountain grapes, golden essence fruits, and red agate-like fire phoenix fruits were hanging on the green branches in bunches, one by one, and one by one. A gentle breeze blew past, carrying with it an enticing and intoxicating fragrance of fruits. The lake in front was clear, and spiritual trees were everywhere. The fragrance of spiritual medicines wafted through the air. This was a pure land filled with the essence of heaven and earth. Many of them were precious medicines that had grown for many years. It seemed peaceful and peaceful. However, it was difficult to see any living beings. Yi Fan had already been in this strange world for an hour, but he still hadn't seen any competitors. They had set off from the first trial of the human race. The five-colored altar had transported them to a world full of vitality. Heavenly materials and earthly treasures were everywhere. Damn, I thought there would be bloody battles and enemies everywhere. Why haven't I seen even a single bird feather? Longma was suspicious. It bit off a bunch of golden fruits, and the fragrant juice splashed in all directions. It began to eat heartily and didn't notice the slightest bit of danger. Was this an ancient star with life? Yi Fan didn't know. He wanted to soar into the sky, but he felt a kind of pressure as soon as he arrived in midair. Even someone as powerful as him couldn't break free. This ancient land had incomparable restrictions set up to deal with Saint Kings. It was easy to imagine what kind of situation these trial takers would encounter. Most likely, no one could soar into the sky. They couldn't find a single opponent, and they didn't see any powerful creatures either. Yi Fan and Longma explored deeply and shallowly, trying to find a way out. According to the guide envoy, this was the bridge connecting to the human race's next holy city. If they wanted to reach it, they could only kill their way over. There were no birds, no ants, and only lush vegetation. It was like a desolate ancient star waiting to be excavated. For many people, this was an ideal paradise. Something's not right. It's impossible that there are no creatures. We most likely entered some special place, Yi Fan said to himself. Longma was startled. He then said, back then, no creature dared to approach within 100 li of my fire dragon cave. That means there might be some powerful existence entrenched here. We've entered its territory. Yi Fan's heart jumped. They immediately became cautious. After advancing more than 600 li in the lush and verdant ancient land, they suddenly heard a strange sound. He and the dragon horse hid at the side and actually saw a dazzling carriage flying across the sky. It was extremely dazzling. What was surprising was that the carriage wasn't tall, only a little more than a foot tall. It was made of fine jade, and even the horses pulling the carriage were of the same quality. What kind of treasure is this? Longma was eager to give it a try, wishing to intercept it. It was because he sensed a type of holy force pervading the air. It felt like this shouldn't be a real carriage, just a type of magical treasure. Otherwise, it really would be too small. It moved through the sky like a shooting star, its radiance resplendent. Something's wrong. This horse is galloping. It's not an inanimate object. Yi Fan was surprised, and then suddenly opened his heavenly eye. Holy Spirit. He was greatly shocked. A carriage approached from the distance. This was a stone horse, and inside the carriage was a stone person. Their entire bodies were sparkling, releasing powerful holy might, devouring the essence of heaven and earth. When Longma heard this, his scalp immediately went numb. If it was a holy spirit, just how powerful would it be? That was an existence that even great ancient emperors were its enemies. Yi Fan revealed a serious expression. The space between his brows glowed, and strand after strand of divine patterns appeared, helping him sense the strange carriage ahead. It's not a holy spirit, not born from a stone body. It's just a divine jade that developed intelligence and took human form. He calmed down. Longma released a breath of relief. Otherwise, if they truly faced a holy spirit, forget about them. Even if all the experts of the Starry Sky ancient path took action, they would still be completely wiped out. They couldn't stop it. I finally saw a living creature. Longma wanted to rush over to intercept it and understand what was going on. However, before it could move, a dignified shout sounded from within the carriage. Who dares intrude into the Medicine Garden's forbidden land? Hong. Immediately afterwards, an ocean of green light submerged over. Holy force surged. This was a saint. Longma cursed. This creature that wasn't even a foot tall was ridiculously powerful. It attacked as soon as it arrived, attacking first and asking questions later. Longma released a roar. The surrounding mountains collapsed, and many ancient medicines turned into flying ashes. It raised its hooves and rushed over, wanting to fight the strange carriage. Audacious. You actually dared to destroy my medicine garden. I won't forgive you. The master of the carriage was furious. Its entire body was sparkling and dark green. It opened its mouth and spat out an expanse of starry violet sand. This was a supreme treasure that even peerless existences would use when refining weapons. This expanse of starry violet sand turned into an expanse of stars. Each and every one of them was ancient and majestic. They were incomparably huge and quickly occupied the heaven and earth, transforming this place into a universe. The verdant mountain ridge, the majestic waterfall, and the clear lake all disappeared. Only a purple star remained, surrounding them and trapping them within. What kind of blasted place did we come to? Why did we provoke a powerful ancient saint as soon as we appeared? Longma cursed. Yi Fan revealed a dignified expression. This was definitely not an ordinary saint. To be able to refine starry violet sand with a raise of his hand, he was definitely a supreme lord. He held a dark golden spear in his hand. The black spearhead flickered with a cold and deep black radiance as he pierced forward, directly using divine force to break through the technique. Boom! A star exploded and purple energy surged, making this man-made cosmos galaxy even more hazy. I don't want to be enemies with you, but if you don't stop, don't blame me for being ruthless, Yi Fan said in a deep voice. He held the thick and heavy black spear with both hands and slowly swung it as if he wanted to brandish the heavenly stars. The entire purple star domain rumbled and trembled. Another trial taker. You humans are truly despicable. The master of the carriage said coldly. He was in a terrible mood. However, he didn't continue attacking and put away the starry violet sand. The purple stars that filled the sky disappeared, and a majestic mountain range appeared once again. This is my medicine garden. You guys have intruded rudely. Yi Fan and Longma were startled. They had passed through an area of several hundred miles, and it was only a medicine garden. It was truly astonishing how vast it was. I don't know how many batches of trial takers I've seen in these past few decades. I've had enough. The jade person in the carriage had a very nasty attitude. Longma said, I say, little elf, your resentment is too great. We don't even know what's going on, and you already hate us to this extent. F*CKU, #yen%, #yen. The jade person in the carriage exploded and bombarded Longma with a torrent of abuse. This old man has cultivated for several thousand years. You, a broken horse, dare to call me a little elf? You guys are dead meat. If you offend this old man, I will never tell you how to proceed to the second stage. Yi Fan was also a little speechless. After a long while, this jade person who had a fiery temper finally calmed down. Longma drooped his head. He was at his wit's end. It seemed that this person was responsible for arranging their journey. He was a part of the trial and was a guide. We were defeated by the human race's experts on the ancient starry sky path and were imprisoned here. However, we are not slaves. There was actually a hidden story. Unfortunately, the guide from the first human city was too irresponsible and didn't say anything. Even now, they were still confused. Then can you tell us what to do here? How can we hurry to the next holy city on the ancient training path? Yi Fan asked. The person in the carriage walked out in a terrible mood. That bastard from the first human city has almost gone crazy for cultivation. He doesn't care about anything else, and he still needs me to explain things like this. He was very angry with the guide and cursed repeatedly. In the end, he said in a bad mood, this is a bloody battlefield. Anyone who sets foot on the ancient path of cultivation is an enemy. You guys know what to do. Also, do your best to find the illusory origin of Tao and strengthen yourself. The person formed from the 9 heavens blue jade was very annoyed. He only gave a simple explanation without going into details. However, Yi Fan roughly understood that this was an extremely important place. Killing in all directions and fighting against competitors wasn't the main point. The real goal was to strengthen oneself. There was something called the origin of Tao, and it seemed to have a great impact on the future. The origin of Tao is rare throughout the ages. You guys came too late. In the past few decades, someone has successfully taken away a portion. Once they pass the tribulation and fuse with it, they will be invincible. Yi Fan and Longma were shocked. The more they listened, the more they felt the importance of the origin of Tao. It was truly terrifying. This seemed to be related to passing the tribulation. It was a supreme immortal item that could increase one's potential and realm. As for the specific effects, they would only know after obtaining it. Go, the origin of Tao is very important. You can go and fight now. The larger the area you occupy, the greater the possibility of finding it. We are going to occupy territory? Yi Fan was astonished. The person formed from the 9 heavens blue jade waved his hand impatiently, telling them to leave quickly. He said that there were at least several dozen battlefields outside, and they would know after fighting. The origin of Tao is rare throughout the ages. It will be difficult for you guys to obtain it. This kind of thing, even the worst, can allow one to obtain the position of a heavenly monarch in the future. The dark green person said in disgust and then went on their way. Being imprisoned here and working for the human race made him very dissatisfied. Damn it, I want to eat the guide. He didn't even tell us such an important thing. Longma was a bit crazy. I'm guessing that since ancient times, not many people could obtain the origin of Tao. Otherwise, why didn't he tell us? Yi Fan said after thinking. Even so, we can't give up. Let's hurry and search. I really didn't expect this place to be so heaven-defying. There is actually such an immortal item. Longma couldn't sit still any longer. They rushed into the distance like a bolt of lightning. An hour later, they rushed out of the mountain range and arrived at a spacious area. Kill, Hong. What they saw left them shocked. This was like an ancient battlefield of gods and demons. There were shouts of war everywhere, and all types of powerful magical artifacts flew about. Great banners fluttered in the wind, and savage beasts rumbled as they trampled through the heavens. An expanse of flowing light smashed down. This was an enormous meteorite, and it almost smashed Longma underneath. The great earth rumbled, and an enormous crater appeared. Damn it, what kind of place did we come to? Longma stamped his feet. They were attacked as soon as they appeared. There didn't seem to be any mediocre people here. All types of magical artifacts and divine radiance danced about, and mountains were destroyed and rivers dried up. You are the human race's trial takers, right? This place might have the origin of Tao. Help our 9 heavens country occupy this place, and when the time comes, we will split it evenly. A small person whose entire body flickered with purple light flew over. It was a foot tall, and it was formed from the 9 heavens god Jade's purple flame god Jade. Yi Fan felt strange. Just now, he saw a creature formed from the 9 heavens god Jade's blue sky god Jade, and now, he saw another one. However, this was only a half-saint, and it was far from being as powerful as the one from before. However, these were all divine materials, and now, they all had intelligence. From his tone, it seemed like the creatures formed from the 9 heavens god Jade formed a country here. It really was a bit unimaginable. The ones fighting us are the spirit country, as well as the devil country and divine country. If you join us, we will split the origin of Tao together. It will be much fairer than those greedy existences. We still don't understand what's going on. Yi Fan said. This is a rare opportunity. It is rumored that since the ancient times, there have been a total of 30 types of Tao origins. Of course, there are also people who say that there were 49 types of Tao origins. Most of them were obtained by the ancients, and they are extremely rare. A few small people formed from divine jade surrounded him, and tried to persuade him to join. Just now, there were experts who sensed the aura of the origin of Tao in this battlefield, and that was why a great battle broke out. The reason why these non-human races were willing to be imprisoned here was also because they wanted to obtain the legendary origin of Tao. All these years, they often cooperated with the human race trial takers. In the past few decades, there has been a heaven-defying trial taker who has successfully obtained the origin of Tao. It is truly a grand event. It indicates that he has obtained the recognition of heaven and earth, and in the future, he might prove the Tao because of this. If you can't obtain it, you definitely won't be able to compete with him on the road ahead. Chapter 1264. Dozens of sky-reaching spears flew over. The black spears were even thicker than beams, and each one was dozens of zhang long. They were extremely sharp and cold. Boom! This was no longer a stab, but a smash. Such a thick spear flew over from dozens of li away, stabbing into the ground and causing this place to immediately collapse. This was a sneak attack. While Yi Fan and Longma were talking to the 9 heavens country people, a large number of thick spears descended with astonishing power. Longma's 4 hooves jumped and he was almost nailed to the ground. There was a great demon staring at this place. It was someone from the devil country. Longma was furious. Yifan also turned around and looked in that direction. He saw dozens of Zhang tall demons standing in the ancient land and looking over coldly. Boom! Magic treasures flew and Dao artifacts flickered. The great battle continued. There were several powerful countries fighting here. That great demon's attack didn't succeed, so he turned around and searched for other prey to kill. Yifan raised his hand and activated the army formula. A thick spear was sucked into his hand. His body shone with golden light and he threw it out on the spot. The spear was dozens of zhang long, but it was as light as a straw in his hand. A black light pierced through the sky and flew to the target in an instant. That great demon dodged, but the spear seemed to have a life of its own. In an instant, it arrived in front of his chest. His armor shone and he roared towards the sky. The shield in his hand struck out fiercely. Pooh! Blood splattered. The spear pierced through the shield and through the great demon's body, leaving behind a river of blood. The enormous corpse flew several li away. In the end, it landed on the ground with a pang sound and sent a large cloud of dust flying. He was nailed to the ground and died a violent death. Yifan's methods were ruthless and direct. He gave the other a taste of their own medicine. After doing all of this, he calmly sized up the battlefield. At this moment, shouts of war shook the heavens. There were figures everywhere. Spirit race, devil country, divine country, nine heavens country, there were countless experts. Many of the trial takers also arrived. Yifan saw a few familiar figures fighting here. It was clear that they knew about the situation and the importance of the Tao source. The great battle was intense. All kinds of magical artifacts danced about, emitting dazzling cold light. Precious flags fluttered in the wind, savage beasts roared, and experts were as numerous as the clouds. This was a chaotic place. Blood splashed out from time to time. If not for the restrictions suppressing this place, this ancient land would have long been destroyed several dozen to over 100 times over. Chi, large amounts of light rained down. These were flying swords, all of them the size of a palm, several dozen of them. A majestic mountain range was flattened, and many people lost their lives. When he flew toward Yifan, his eyes were blazing, and the origin magnetic immortal light flew up with a whoosh. The electromagnetic force intertwined and turned the flying swords into iron scraps. There was killing everywhere on the battlefield. Many people lost their lives, and their corpses lay on the ground. Scarlet blood dyed the earth. The people of the Nine Heavens nation no longer needed to persuade Yifan, because they stood together with him. In just a short moment, more than 10 attacks had already descended. Yifan saw a few people from the 13 steeds of heaven wasteland on the battlefield. The corners of his mouth revealed a cold smile, and then he produced a large bow. He knocked a spotlessly white bone arrow and pulled back the flood dragon bowstring. A terrifying aura pervaded the air. The experts in the surroundings all retreated, revealing shocked expressions as they looked over. This was a precious bow personally made by Yifan. There was no need to talk about the material, and even the bone arrow was refined from the bone spurs on the backs of holy beasts. It was extremely terrifying. Xiao! A streak of white light flew out, piercing through the sky and releasing a deafening roar. It streaked across the battlefield, leaving many people horrified. They couldn't help but turn around to look. The 5th, 6th, and 7th brothers of the 13 steeds of heaven wasteland were all present. When they heard the sound, it was already too late. A powerful wave of energy swept over. The 7th brother was scared out of his wits. He shifted his position, but he couldn't avoid it. More than 10 magical artifacts flew out from his body, blocking in front of him. However, he still couldn't escape this calamity. The snow-white bone arrow pierced through all of the magical artifacts, shattering them. Then, it nailed into his forehead. With a pu sound, his entire head exploded. It was exceptionally bloody and ruthless. Bright red blood and white brain matter splashed onto the battlefield, shocking many people. The faces of the fifth and sixth brothers of the 13 steeds of heaven wasteland were pale. They were standing beside the seventh brother, and when the alternating red and white liquid splashed onto their bodies, they felt their scalps go numb. This was because the liquid that landed on their faces was still very warm. This kind of bloody method was too intimidating for them. "It's him, Yi Fan." There were a total of 437 trial takers who walked on the ancient starry sky path. In the end, there were more than 300 who survived and reached this stage. A total of 80 or 90 people fought fiercely on this battlefield, seizing the sacred land where the origin of the Tao appeared. Many people cried out in alarm, recognizing him. After witnessing the might of this arrow, they were incomparably terrified. A cold smile hung on the corners of Yi Fan's lips. He continued to knock his bow. The longbow was half a person's height, and the bowstring was pulled back like a full moon. The second white bone arrow flew out, tearing apart heaven and earth. It arrived before them in an instant. With a pu sound, the fifth brother of the 13 steeds of heaven wasteland released a loud cry. His entire body was shot to pieces. Another person fell. Many people on this battlefield were terrified. What kind of method was this? These two were definitely not weak, yet they were like 3-year-old children, unable to retaliate. The sixth brother of the 13 steeds of heaven wasteland was frightened out of his wits. He turned around and fled. At this moment, Chief Gu Ling wasn't here. He was as frantic as a stray dog, his face devoid of all color. He was so frightened that his legs became weak. "Didn't you two provoke me again and again, wanting to kill me? Why do you need to run?" Yi Fan sneered. The third arrow flew out, piercing through the sky with a shrill sound. "Ah!" The sixth brother of the 13 steeds of heaven wasteland exploded. His unresigned cry was destroyed along with his flesh and primordial spirit, forever disappearing from this world. This kind of result made everyone on the battlefield raise their eyebrows. Everyone felt a wave of coldness. This was truly an exceptional expert. Almost immediately afterwards, the experts of the Devil Nation, Divine Nation, Spirit Race, and other great powers all secretly took action, shooting magical artifacts in this direction. The golden precious imprint was as large as a mountain peak, the blood-colored gourd swallowed heaven and earth, and there was even a sky-covering starry net. All of them descended together. Yi Fan was extremely calm and unafraid. He stood there, continuously drawing his bow. In a short period of time, he shot out a total of 52 arrows, and as a result, 52 experts died with grievances. Schwa! The army symbol art was displayed. Several dozen bone arrows all flew back. Not a single one was wasted. He shot out another arrow, and this kind of strength left everyone terrified. In just a short period of time, more than 100 experts died with grievances. Those who died were not ordinary people, but were all powerful lords of their regions. Among them, there were more than 20 trial takers who stepped on the starry sky ancient path. Just now, they were hiding in the dark, thinking that they wouldn't be discovered. In the end, not a single one of them could escape, and they were similarly dealt with. Death God. Everyone maintained a respectful distance, no one daring to provoke Yi Fan again. They were all frightened stiff, believing that he was definitely a well-known figure in this ancient land, someone who ruled over a region. No one dared to offend him again. This region became rather peaceful. Origin of the Tao. Someone shouted loudly. Strand after strand of radiance surged from a certain place underground. There was a type of world's most primordial aura that pervaded the air. Many people rushed over, wishing to capture this mysterious power. It was because this represented the heaven and earth's approval. When Yi Fan saw this, he had long await. He directly entered the earth, searching in that direction. His origin technique was at the peak of the cosmos, and no one could compare to him in searching for underground immortal items in this ancient land. Draconic energy surged within the earth veins, immortal light dazzling. All types of auspicious energy flowed about, creating an extraordinary scene. Yi Fan saw several people, their speeds extremely fast. They chased after that streak of light, but they couldn't break free from it. It truly is hard to imagine. Someone obtained the origin of the Tao more than 20 years ago. According to normal reasoning, it shouldn't appear again in this world, yet it actually appeared again. A devil saint cried out emotionally. This was a devil nation leader. His true body descended, demonic energy surging. I heard that the other battlefields also had traces of the origin of the Tao. How could so many of them appear? Something isn't quite right. An ancient saint from divine nation appeared, his entire body shining brilliantly. He revealed a look of doubt. The origin of the Tao has an undying divine nature. This time, it separated into several parts and didn't gather together to form a whole body. It truly is rarely seen since the ancient times. Someone from the spirit race said. There was a light source up ahead that was the size of a human head. It quickly moved through the ground, several saints chasing after it. Yi Fan was also chasing after it. Not only did his origin techniques reach the heavens, he even had the Xing symbol art. He almost instantly closed in. The origin of the Tao had divine nature. When it saw that there were people chasing after it, its speed increased greatly, entering the depths of the earth in the blink of an eye. Several ancient saints were shocked. They followed closely behind, moreover fiercely taking action, starting a murderous battle. On the ground, everyone's hearts jumped. This sealed ancient land continuously trembled, as if it was going to collapse. Powerful fluctuations pervaded the air. Dong! The great earth suddenly split apart. Yi Fan, the demonic saint, spirit saint, and the others rushed out. Everyone became even more shocked. There was actually a young figure among those 8 or 9 ancient saints who had become saints for who knew how many years. They were fighting chaotically. So powerful, able to look down on so many ancient saints while fighting for supremacy. Who can destroy him? A few people sighed. This was especially the case for the cultivators who stepped onto the starry sky ancient path. They were even more dispirited. With this type of existence, they could only serve as supporting characters. Now, perhaps only Yu Xian, Ku Tuchuo, Mu Guanhan, O Yi Mo, and the others could contend against him. Hong! Yi Fan's fist blasted the demonic saint flying. Half of his body was smashed, and blood dripped out as he fell into the mountain range. Everyone was in an uproar. An ancient saint was sent flying just like that, in a sorry and miserable state. His primordial spirit was dim, as if it was a lamp that had run out of oil. Xiao! The origin of the Tao, with its gentle splendor, actually entered the ground again. This time, it seemed to have disappeared forever. Even the ancient saints couldn't sense it anymore. It appeared in a hurry and disappeared just like that. Could it be that no one in the Tao field obtained its recognition, so it disdained to stay? Many people cried out, incomparably anxious. The 8 or 9 ancient saints were even more desperate. They missed this opportunity, and it would never come again. With a flash, Yi Fan entered the ground. His original technique was unrivaled, covering all directions as he searched for the origin of the Tao. This was a difficult pursuit. It had to be said that the divine nature of the origin of the Tao was astonishing. Even someone as powerful as Yi Fan, who had the Rho formula and original technique, almost lost him. After wasting 4 hours, he rushed into the sky and used a technique to imprison the origin of the Tao. He caught the origin of the Tao. Heavens, we actually witnessed a miracle that is rarely seen throughout the ages. But in this life, it has only been 20 years, and someone has obtained the origin of the Tao for the second time. The battlefield was in an uproar. Even Longma was madly galloping with his hooves. On Yi Fan's palm, there was a head-sized ball of light. It was incomparably auspicious and holy, and all kinds of mysterious Tao runes appeared. Many people's mouths were dry, and they wanted to immediately fight over it. However, at that moment, something shocking happened. The origin of the Tao emitted a blurry will that spread out. You go against the Tao, against the heaven and earth. You cannot obtain the Tao and become an emperor. This brief will caused many people to widen their eyes and look forward. No one expected such a thing to happen. Pfft! The origin of the Tao shattered and flew in all directions, returning to the world of nothingness. This person will never be able to prove the Tao. The heaven and earth will not recognize him, haha. Someone couldn't help but laugh. At this moment, there were more than 150 trial takers who had stepped onto the ancient path of the stars. Seeing this, they all revealed strange expressions, and many people let out a long sigh. The heavens and earth had actually denied such a powerful apex figure who could oppress many experts to the point of suffocation. Buzz! A cauldron flew out from between Yifan's eyebrows. The origin energy of all things descended, and it had the power to swallow the 9 heavens and 10 earths. It was shocking. I don't need your recognition. You are just something I used. Yifan's voice was cold. He used the 6 seals to seize the origin of the Tao and swallowed it back into the cauldron. Chapter 1265. The great cauldron was like an abyss, devouring heaven and earth. Strand after strand of hazy light battered against the cauldron's walls, but they couldn't break free. The source of the Tao was restricted. Under the suppression of the 6 seals and all life source energy cauldron, it became one, sucked inside. Even though it was extremely unwilling, it couldn't escape. This is. Many people were shocked. Since ancient times, it wasn't that there weren't people who weren't recognized by heaven and earth. The Tao origin would shatter and return to heaven and earth, but no one had ever been able to forcefully seize it. The person in front of him was so domineering that it was shocking. Going against heaven and earth, he forcefully merged the origin of the Tao and sealed it within the cauldron. What kind of person is this? No one in history has ever dared to do such a thing. They will suffer the wrath of the heavens. This is too impudent. Everyone was shocked, simply not daring to believe everything that was happening. The origin of the Tao was being reassembled, about to forcefully suppress it and use it for himself. Suddenly, a terrifying aura pervaded the air. A divine chain of order appeared in the sky, bright like the plume feathers of an immortal phoenix as it hacked towards Yifan. Heaven's wrath, the heavens really did send down a punishment. Many people cried out in alarm. This was a dazzling divine chain that possessed terrifying divine might. It moved through the heavens above and earth below, surrounding and suppressing over to hack Yifan in half at the waist. He's here. Since ancient times, very few people have dared to be so disrespectful. How can the origin of the Tao be forcefully snatched away? Heaven's punishment is inevitable. However, what left everyone at a loss for words was that Yifan was fearless. He raised his fist towards the sky, resisting the tribulation with all his might. A tyrannical fist shattered the sky. Boom! A shocking and unforeseen event occurred. The bright and beautiful divine chains of order were blocked, and the scene of death that everyone expected did not appear. The tribulations are based on the strength of each individual, and they will always be destroyed if they are stronger than the person being punished. Yet, he managed to block it. A cold smile appeared on Yifan's face. The so-called punishment was nothing more than this. He had encountered even more dangerous things. The brightly colored divine chains of order shook. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the sky. Tens of thousands of tribulation lights appeared, all of them striking towards Yifan and the cauldron. Heavenly tribulation, the heavens are furious. No one broke through to the next realm, and no monster passed the tribulation. It was only because Yifan blasphemed the origin of the Tao that a divine tribulation descended in broad daylight. Terrifying light fluttered about. Blazing lightning flickered, submerging this place and turning it into a sea of electricity zone. Chi, lightning filled this place, divine radiance released in millions and millions of streaks, interweaving into a world of light. This place was surrounded on a large scale, making many people's expressions change. An endless sea of lightning descended, terrifying heavenly tribulation surging, suppressing everything in its path. It was as if a heavenly deity was roaring, about to tear apart all things in this world. There wasn't a single person's expression that didn't change. They were all heroes of an area, their magical force reaching the heavens, their knowledge extraordinary. Many of these cultivators came from ancient star domains, so they naturally weren't ordinary people, all of them crossing lightning tribulation. Some people were alarmed and cried out involuntarily, "This is simply a divine tribulation. The sea of lightning is too vast and unstoppable. How many people can pass through this kind of heavenly tribulation?" Rumble. The sea of lightning was terrifying, every single streak descending like a stellar stream, majestic, divine might matchless. How was this something the flesh could contend against? Regardless of whether it was devil nation, divine country, nine heavens country, or the cultivators who walked on the starry sky ancient path, not a single one of them didn't back off, drawing a clear line between themselves and him out of fear of being implicated. Many people trembled inwardly. This type of scene indicated that Fan was definitely not tolerated by the heavens, cursed. Today, he was most likely going to face a tribulation. What a pity, this person's strength is so powerful, definitely a well-known figure among this group of people, an outstanding talent of a generation, yet it will be difficult for him to survive. He can only blame himself for not knowing when to stop, daring to blaspheme the heavens, forcefully seizing the origin of the Tao, so he naturally has to suffer punishment. Dying is the result he deserves. There were some who felt that it was a pity, but there were naturally others who sneered. The death of a powerful individual was good news for these people. Devil Nation, Divine Country, and others were also speaking quietly. After witnessing this type of terrifying scene, who could remain silent? In this world, heavenly tribulation was one of the most terrifying powers. During these past few decades, there have been a few cultivators who have faced tribulation. There were a few who could deal with such a powerful lightning tribulation. I wonder if he can make it through. However, what made many people's blood run cold was that within the endless sea of lightning, Fan didn't feel the slightest bit of fear. He sat there, guiding lightning into his body. A golden little figure appeared in front of his brows, taking in and sending out electrical radiance. Guiding lightning into the body, using heavenly tribulation to refine his true body, this really is heaven-defying. Everyone was shocked, unable to help but suck in a cold breath of air. This type of figure was truly rare, someone who had a place in the entire starry sky ancient path. The scene of flesh and bones being torn apart didn't appear. Fan's flesh, golden little figure, and cauldron guided over the endless sea of lightning, using it to refine his own body, devouring it. It really is unexpected. Fan said to himself. Just now, he truly thought that there was a will of heaven and earth, that it was going to punish him. After carefully comprehending it, he discovered that this should be a type of natural order power. The origin of the Tao was indeed a heaven-defying thing, engraving the most fundamental thing of the entire cosmos. As for that indistinct will, it was a bit strange. The 6 seals were effective. He used the cauldron to devour the origin of the Tao, gathering it into a sphere of light. He sensed the many symbols within, terrifying and mysterious. That indistinct will disappeared, never appearing again. However, this sphere of light rejected him, difficult for it to merge with him. The 6 seals displayed its might, completely sealing up the origin of the Tao, burying it deep within the cauldron, isolating its aura from the outside world. The tribulation and punishment immediately disappeared, the lightning radiance covering the sky receding. Fan was unharmed, standing under the heavens, his clothes fluttering about. A cauldron floated above his head, simple and unadorned. Silk ribbons dangled down to protect him. He's actually unharmed, inconceivable. That cauldron, heavens, it's made from the source of all life energy. Fan didn't suffer the wrath of heaven, safely making it through, leaving everyone shocked. Only now did their attention shift from the origin of the Tao to the cauldron, many people naturally recognizing it. This was an immortal material exclusive to ancient great emperors. No matter when, no matter where, it would always draw attention, become the focal point of attention. It really is the essence of all life source energy. Everyone was shaken, their mouths and tongues dry. Many people were stunned, their minds rumbling. The origin of the Tao was gathered by him, collected into the cauldron. Could it really be forcefully stored? A few people's eyes burned with passion. This was simply a type of immortal karma. Seizing the cauldron could also seize the origin of the Tao. If they could obtain it, what grudges would there be? A blood-colored sword silently hacked towards the back of Yifan's head. This was a fatal strike, a sneak attack that would kill him here. At the same time, all types of weapons flickered with divine splendor, attacking from the mountain range, from the clouds above. Quite a few experts took action. Wealth moved people's hearts, let alone this type of heaven-defying item. Kill. Leave behind the origin of the Tao. You haven't obtained the approval of the heavens, so hand it over. This murderous calamity arrived just too abruptly. The peaceful battlefield immediately erupted with noise. Everyone attacked Yifan together, wishing to make him stay behind. I've really poked the butt of the heavens. Damn it, so many people are surrounding me, I truly have the misfortune of 8 lifetimes. Longma cursed. Yifan unleashed a great slaughter. On the ancient path of the starry skies, he would become stronger the stronger he would encounter, competing against endless experts. For those who truly stepped on the emperor path, wishing to reach the absolute peak, this was a path of blood to begin with. There would definitely be corpses beneath their feet, blood flowing like rivers as they rose above the masses. The past experts all fought their way through, rushing to the end with their illustrious reputation. There were no shortcuts, or else they would lose the original meaning of the ancient path of the starry skies. Kill. Yifan held the black pike in his hands, stabbing the heavens and splitting apart the earth. Every time he attacked, there would be someone who would be impaled to death, decisive and efficient. Pooh, 1, 2, 37 corpses, all of them great demons. In the end, there were a total of 54 great demon corpses that fell beneath his feet. Every single one of them had their foreheads pierced through. Ah! Divine Nation's people also cried out miserably. The dark golden pike in Yifan's hands was as fast as lightning. 60 to 70 experts were killed. This was a murderous calamity. Blood filled the sky. Many natives and trial takers lost their lives under Yifan's pike, blood dripping everywhere. In the end, even the ancient saints joined in. Yifan attacked furiously. His entire body shone, irregular scenes appearing. He temporarily merged into one, the immortal king, golden sea of bitterness, primal chaos green lotus, and others merging into one, terrifying to the extreme. Pooh! When he tore apart the hand of an ancient saint, the entire world became quiet. He was bathed in divine blood, slaughtering his way out of this battlefield. No one dared to stop him. In the following half a month, the entire ancient land wasn't peaceful. There were bloody battles everywhere. Yifan encountered group after group of people, slaughtering his way out. In the end, he fought until the sun and moon lost light, heaven and earth lost color. Many mountains and rivers were riddled with holes, no longer existing. This was a great calamity. Yifan slaughtered saints here, subduing many people. Later on, no one dared to provoke him, not daring to find trouble for him. Of course, there were a few times when danger appeared. Divine nations and devil nation saint kings appeared, but he avoided them, not encountering any battles. After half a month, even with Yifan's constitution, he was a bit tired. He fought great battles against trial takers, foreign races, and other things one after another. Hidden injuries appeared on his body. He killed no less than 1,000 people, bathed in blood. Everywhere he passed, corpses would fall beneath his feet. The great battles made one tremble in fear. It's finally over. Longma grimaced in pain. For it, this was a type of torment. It fought until its entire body was covered in cuts and bruises. The clear lake water was filled with lotus fragrance. This was a beautiful sapphire lake filled with mist. They rested here, recovering their flourishing blood energy. What exactly is this origin of the Tao? By the lakeside, golden chilan grass grew. Spiritual essence flowed in all directions, creating a brilliant expanse. There were even medicinal fruits, their fragrance wafting through the air. Longma ate a pile of spiritual fruits, asking Yifan. Yifan laid out the heaven-deceiving formation patterns, releasing the origin of the Tao. Upon closer inspection, he felt that it was deep and immeasurable. There were all types of symbols swirling about within, containing endless great Tao truths. This time, the origin of the Tao didn't release any will, but it immediately shattered, turning into strands of auspicious energy that wanted to escape. Yi Fan's expression immediately became cold. The origin of the Tao really didn't acknowledge him, actually trying to escape in every way possible, not letting him comprehend it. Longma chuckled and said, "It seems like your future isn't bright. The origin of the Tao looks down on you." Yi Fan displayed the 6 seals, condensing the origin of the Tao into a sphere of light again, preventing it from leaving his side, firmly restricting it here. "What are you planning to do?" Longma asked. "Wash my feet," Yi Fan said with a cold smile. He actually really did this, sealing this sphere of light, taking off his war boots, merging his feet into this sphere of water that was as gentle as water, as pure as moonlight. "Poke, don't, you are really blaspheming it?" Longma wanted to stop him, but it was too late. This had already become reality, and it almost bit off its own tongue. Yi Fan sat on a rock by the lakeside, using the origin of the Tao to wash his feet. As he soaked within, he felt a wave of mysterious power. The origin of the Tao struggled intensely, wanting to break apart and rush into the sky. However, under the 6 seals' matchless origin technique, it couldn't escape. Chapter 1266. Longma was first stupefied, and then he became flustered and exasperated, saying, "You really are using it to wash your feet? Wastrel, you are a piece of trash who deserves to be struck by lightning. Isn't it just a Tao source? What does it count as? Why does my Tao need its acknowledgement?" Yi Fan sat on the bluestone, enjoying the lake's beautiful scenery while washing his feet. Immortal light flowed in all directions. The sphere of light struggled intensely, as if it was boiling, but it couldn't escape. Yi Fan's body felt extremely comfortable, using it to soak his feet, all of the pores on his body relaxing. "How does it feel?" Longma swallowed with difficulty, truly not knowing what to say. "It really is extremely comfortable." This was Yi Fan's evaluation. He laughed. He knew that Tao sources were extremely useful, but this type of immortal object didn't acknowledge him. "You should give it a try as well," Yi Fan said. "Forget it, we'll talk about it later. This is too crazy. Others want to worship it like their own father or ancestor, yet you are using it to wash your feet." Longma no longer had a temper, asking him what he was going to do next. 2 days later, Yi Fan took action, starting to seize this ancient battlefield's territory. It was because he already heard that there were a few more Tao sources. They were originally 1, but this time, they were divided into several parts, scattered throughout the various ancient battlefields, currently being pursued by others. Half a month later, after experiencing over 100 bloody battles, as well as displaying unique unmatched source methods, Yi Fan seized another Tao source. Within the Emerald Green Valley, bird cries were clear and pleasant to listen to. Yi Fan stabbed a great demon to death, and then he entered, starting to reorganize himself again. The vegetation within the valley was lush, giant trees reaching into the heavens, and there were even a few clear springs, extremely pleasing to the eye. Yi Fan. There was an ancient cave in front of the mountain wall, and a young man walked out from within. He was delicate and pretty, precisely Rui Wei, his body carrying traces of blood. After entering this battlefield, he experienced several bloody battles, and then he went into hiding. It was because moving his clansmen from the depths of the starry sky to an ancient life star was his greatest goal. "I heard that the second leader of the Sky Emperor's 13 riders wants to deal with you. He's currently roping in people and looking for the strongest seed-level characters to work together to kill you." Rui Wei told him this piece of news. This ancient land was incomparably vast and was divided into several large regions. During this period of time, Yi Fan had been fighting in the central region. At the same time, news about the origin of Tao came from the western region, the southern region, and the northern hell. He didn't have time to go there. In this area, Yi Fan reigned supreme. The challengers were intimidated by him and did not dare to compete with him. Meanwhile, Tuobayu, Mu Guanghan, Ku Tuchuo, Uya Mo and the others were all in charge of their own areas and had yet to exchange blows with him. The 13 steeds of heaven wasteland were also like this, dominating an ancient battlefield, searching for the origin of the Tao. No one could go against them. It was rumored that Yi Fan was on this side, and it seemed like he was going to make a move. Their second-in-command is a ruthless and unruly person. He will do anything to kill you. He might even ask for help from a very powerful person. When Yi Fan heard this, he nodded to express his gratitude. He was just about to find these people, but he never expected to hear news about them. After resting here for 2 days, he went on his way again. He crossed over desolate mountain ridges one after another and arrived at another ancient land full of vitality. Unfortunately, the 13 steeds of heaven wasteland left this region. Yi Fan and the other person, Ouya Mo, looked at each other for a moment from across a mountain range. Roy Wei had told him that this person was extremely powerful and swept through the western region. He used the black gold demonic halberd to kill 3 ancient saints in succession, shaking the entire western plains. Ouya Mo looked at him from several dozen li away. In the end, he carried the great halberd that could crush mountains and rivers and left into the distance, disappearing into the limits of the horizon. Afterwards, Yi Fan entered the southern region's battlefield. Great battles and small battles broke out continuously, and the flames of war burned everywhere. In the recent days, the divine nations and devil nations all went crazy just for the sake of obtaining the origin of the Tao. Yi Fan's arrival triggered a great disturbance. He swept through the central region and now crossed over, making many experts nervous. You are the trial taker that obtained the origin of the Tao? I previously heard that heaven and earth did not approve of you. Are you willing to hand it over? I will give you a certain amount of compensation. A young male riding on a holy beast asked. Yi Fan shook his head and didn't say anything. Hong. Suddenly, a terrifying attack arrived. This male acted out, activating an enormous net that was resplendent and dazzling. It covered the skies and was going to capture and kill him. This was a divine artifact that seemed to be woven from stellar streams. Every single strand was incredibly terrifying. Stellar radiance overflowed, and it was as if there were ancient stars swirling about. Be careful, this is Spirit Nation's crown prince. He has already become a saint and laid down an exceptional ancient formation here. The feather immortal who hadn't seen him for a long time secretly transmitted sound. Her voice was sweet like the sounds of nature. He could vaguely see a graceful figure disappear into the mountain range with a flash. Yi Fan released a cold snort. He sat on the llama, not moving out of the way, allowing the great net to descend. Then, his hands fiercely tore at it, making the world tremble. This divine artifact's strands seemed to be woven from stellar streams, naturally terrifying. However, it was actually torn apart by Yi Fan. It was as if majestic ancient stars were collapsing one after another. The stellar light shattered, the divine artifact destroyed, making this place almost completely annihilated. Many mountain ranges were flattened. Kill him. Spirit Race's crown prince revealed a sinister smile. The ancient formation here had long been activated. The radiance was blinding, burying Yi Fan within. At the same time, there were 3 ancient saints who secretly took action. They came from Spirit Nation, attacking Yi Fan who was at the center of the formation. Everyone sucked in a cold breath of air. When they saw this scene, none of them dared participate. Spirit Race's crown prince's expression was cold. He and the holy beast he sat on also attacked. This was a great battle that could collapse the heavens and crack the earth. The formation couldn't trap Yi Fan. He had the Xing symbol art, allowing him to enter the 9 heavens and the 9 underworlds. The holy formation couldn't stop him. However, this was a difficult battle. Spirit Race's great army and experts continuously came to support. Yi Fan rode alone, slaughtering until the sun and moon lost radiance, mountains and rivers lost color. Blood scattered outwards. This ancient land became a scarlet color, countless corpses flying about. Yi Fan was like a demonic god as he unleashed a great slaughter. He didn't care about the injuries on his body as he chased after Spirit Race's crown prince for 100,000 li. In the end, he tossed out the black spear in his hands. Woo-woo. The black divine spear streaked across heaven and earth, releasing strand after strand of dark light. It was like an awakened demonic lord, shattering the sky. An expanse of chaotic energy was produced behind it, collapsing this battlefield. Ah! Spirit Race's crown prince cried out loudly, his voice incomparably mournful. His back was pierced through by the ice-cold spear, and then it pierced through the head of the holy beast he sat on. Blood splashed outwards. The spear pierced through them, sending them flying several li before smashing into a mountain peak. With a hong sound, smoke and dust rushed into the heavens. The great mountain turned into ashes, and Spirit Race's crown prince and his holy beast mount were nailed to the ground, their vitality completely extinguished. Yi Fan's killing intent passed through this spear, destroying all of his vitality and shattering his primordial spirit. Blood gurgled on the ground. The enormous holy beast and Spirit Race's crown prince were nailed to death here. It was a shocking scene, making the hearts of the cultivators who followed after them pound. In this battle, Spirit Race's crown prince brought several ancient saints from his country, mobilizing a large number of warriors to lay down an exceptional killing formation. However, they couldn't kill Yi Fan, and instead, he broke out of the encirclement and was nailed to death here. The southern region was shaken. Spirit Race withdrew their great army, and the ancient saints all moved out to surround and kill Yi Fan. This was a bloody battle that affected the entire ancient land. Yi Fan fought for hundreds of thousands of li, fighting for several days. It was unknown just how many people he killed. In the end, Spirit Race's King Lord appeared, and only then did he temporarily retreat. He went deep underground and discovered traces of the Tao origin with his supreme origin technique, seizing the third strand. In this battle, Yi Fan established an illustrious reputation. Regardless of whether it was the trial takers or the people of this ancient land, there wasn't a single person who didn't have a change in expression when talking about him. Every time he arrived at an ancient land, he would incite a wave of fear, and all the experts would retreat. Apart from Ku Tuchuo, Mu Guanhan, Oyemo, and a few others, perhaps no one else dared to face him head-on. Of course, during this period of time, Yi Fan didn't have it easy either. He was chased by several Saint Kings, and he had no power to search for the 13 steeds of heaven wasteland and the others. This was a period of blood. For 2 whole months, Yi Fan killed countless enemies, and he completely charged through piles of corpses. Dang, the sound of the bell was drawn out, resounding through the great ancient battlefields. The young experts from the ancient starry sky path all heaved a sigh of relief, signifying the end of the trial here. This was a bloody battlefield, and it was unknown how many people had fallen in these 2 months. It was like a nightmare, and it wasn't easy to survive. Even though the trial takers were about to go on their way, there were some battlefields that hadn't ended yet. The 13 steeds of heaven wasteland, Captain Guansheng, and a few ancient saints from the natives worked together. They discovered a source of Tao, and they began to chant ancient scriptures together. This place was covered in tens of thousands of streaks of Tao light, and divine multicolored light shone everywhere. It was as if the void image of an ancient great emperor was summoned, and he was seated here, chanting scriptures. The source of the Tao was drawn over, and as if it sensed something, it resonated with the chanting of scriptures. If this continued for a long time, it might truly be obtained by someone. Right at this critical juncture, Yi Fan arrived. He was alone on a horse, and with a spear in hand, he coldly swept over, making all of their hearts jump. Yi Fan stood on a mound and began to draw his bow. In his surroundings, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Irregular scenes appeared in succession, and blood energy overflowed into the heavens. Everyone was furious. They stood up, and then their eyes suffused with cold light as they threw themselves at him together. Xiao! Yi Fan drew his bow, and a single arrow shattered the heavens. He activated the 8th restriction and shot out a stunning arrow with peerless power. Ah, the 4th of the 13 steeds of heaven wasteland was blasted to pieces. Bone fragments and flesh flew everywhere. Everyone who saw this scene from the distance immediately turned pale with fright. This arrow was too terrifying. Truly infuriating. He actually destroyed it at the last moment. Otherwise, the source of the Tao might have chosen us. These people released long roars, their hearts stifled. They faced each other with life and death, surrounding and killing Yi Fan with all of their strength. Yi Fan killed a great enemy. He rode on Longma and directly entered the earth, chasing after the source of the Tao. The group of people on the ground went crazy, chasing after him. However, how could they compare to Yi Fan, who was proficient in origin techniques? Soon after, they were left behind without a trace. Dang! The ancient bell sounded in a long and drawn-out manner, urging the trial takers to continue on their way. An enormous altar appeared in the void, scattering down resplendent radiance. It streaked across the sky, separately appearing in various ancient battlefields. The trial takers all flew up, preparing to continue on their way. Yi Fan finally succeeded, using the 6 seals to seize the 4th source of the Tao. He suppressed it in the myriad energy cauldron and rushed out. What awaited him were several ancient saints. He could only fight a bloody battle, and in the end, he fought his way up the rainbow altar. Only then did he break free from the natives. However, after ascending the altar, the great battle did not stop. The leader of the 13 steeds of heaven wasteland finally displayed his exceptional strength. He was full of unruliness as he fought against Yi Fan. In addition, the second leader, as well as Guancheng, also took action. Wang! With a final flash of brilliance, they all disappeared. The great battle in the dark passage did not stop. These people were fighting a bloody battle, directly slaughtering their way into a majestic human holy city. Chapter 1267. Scarlet divine blood sprinkled down, ice-cold divine weapons clashed, and terrifying immortal light swallowed the sky. This battle was like a battle between gods and demons, cruel and intense as it swept out in all directions. The majestic city was like a dormant divine lion, exuding a type of dignity that could not be violated. Yi Fan and the others directly fought their way in, causing a great commotion. How many years had it been since anyone dared to act impudently in the city? This was something that had never happened before. There were actually trial takers fighting their way here, shocking the entire city and causing everyone to pay attention. Yi Fan fought alone against Gu Ling, Guancheng, and the second leader of the 13 steeds of heaven wasteland. The battle was boiling, and blood energy connected the heavens and earth. Along the way, they fought with their lives on the line. The destructive power was astonishing. From the trial grounds to the 5-colored altar, and then to the second sacred city of the human race, the effects were widespread. Meteorites burned, ancient stars cracked, and the dark universe was torn apart. This was the scene of them fighting crazily along the way. Now that they had entered the city, everyone was still full of energy and fighting spirit. They fought until their black hair danced in the wind, blood splashed in all directions, and the sky shook. The battle clothes on Yi Fan's body were shattered. The blood energy in his skull was like a true dragon, piercing through the blue dome of heaven. His eyes were frightening like cold lightning, and the black spear in his hand could split the sky and destroy the stars. There was a type of aura that could devour mountains and rivers. Without a doubt, this was a difficult battle. The leader of the 13 steeds of heaven wasteland possessed astonishing strength, even surpassing the leader of the army, Guancheng. He was indeed a great enemy. His black hair was scattered behind him, and his bronze upper body was as sturdy as a horned dragon. His eyes shot out terrifying beams of light that were as sharp as a wild beast's. The purple spear in his hand pierced through the heaven and earth, and every strike was like a purple sun exploding. Yi Fan and him were like 2 starry rivers colliding, clashing fiercely and leaving behind streaks of light. Spear against spear, clanging sounds rang out as black and purple lightning interweaved. Every strike of the spear pierced through the sky and could shatter the meteors in the cold universe. The spear radiance flourished with overflowing divine might. The second leader of the 13 steeds of heaven wasteland was also an extraordinary character. Clad in azure gold armor and wielding a great halberd, he swept through the world like a valiant demonic god. The ancient formations in the grand city were all activated, but many of the Tao patterns were instantly obliterated. There were even some meteorites that were shattered by the sharp radiance. It was clear how cruel this battle was. Everyone's bodies were covered in blood, all of them injured, but they still fought with no thought of personal safety, bathed in blood. Along the way, the trial takers who traveled together with them were affected by the shockwaves of the battle. Some of them were injured, and 4 of them even lost their lives. From this, one could see just what kind of level the battle had reached. Both sides were fighting to the point where their blood was boiling. They only wanted to fight to the death, and they didn't care about anything else. Who is this person? Isn't he a little too daring? He actually fought his way into the holy city. This is unprecedented in the road of trials. Who is that male standing in the middle who is fighting in all directions? He is fighting against several heroes alone. What a powerful blood energy, what a terrifying battle intent. It's rarely seen since ancient times. Many powerful cultivators in the city arrived, watching the battle while discussing. Stop. You all actually dare to blaspheme the holy city. Do you all want to test the law with your own bodies? Those who violate the city's rules will be killed without exception. The soldiers guarding this ancient city shouted loudly. Every single one of them had ashen expressions. In the past, even those legendary unmatched heroes who could verify the Tao dismounted from their horses. However, these people before them were all extremely unruly. They slaughtered their way in, becoming battle lunatics. There weren't many soldiers at the city gate. When the commanders in other areas heard this, they hurried over with several dozen people. Their faces darkened, shouting loudly for them to stop. In addition, even the envoy was startled. A deafening shout sounded from the depths of the ancient city, telling those people to stop fighting, or else they would be suppressed and killed. The second holy city was bustling with noise. Everyone was speechless. Everyone within the enormous city heard about this. There wasn't a single person who wasn't stunned. What kind of trial takers were these? They were truly audacious to the extreme. How many years has it been? I still remember the scenes of the most terrifying experts passing through the city. None of them were this arrogant. After so many years of peace, great waves have finally arisen. Could it be that these people want to overturn the holy city? Yi Fan and the others didn't announce their names, but they had already attracted attention from all directions. It was impossible for them not to attract attention in the bloody battle within the city. They finally stopped. Killing intent pervaded the air as they looked at each other coldly. They didn't retreat. In this battle, Longmas suffered considerable injuries. Although Yi Fan was wounded, it wasn't a big deal. The 13 Knights of Heaven Wasteland all had their battle clothes dyed in blood. The 2 holy beasts almost died. Their bodies were covered in blood as they lay paralyzed on the ground. Guan Cheng's eyes revealed a cold light. The left side of his chest had been pierced by Yi Fan's spear, and his heart had been shattered. Fresh blood converged into a small river on the ground. It was a ghastly sight. He had almost died. Ku Tuchuo, Mu Guanhan, Tuobayu, Uya Mo, and the other trial takers stood in the distance. Although they didn't make a move, they had personally witnessed this battle and knew how desperate it was. This city was the second holy city on the ancient starry sky path. It was many times larger and grander than the first city, and the atmosphere was even more solemn and respectful. The second holy city's chief commander's expression was not very good. He stared at them for a long time before saying, "You guys are really bold. Are you treating the human race's holy city as a training ground? Do you want to fight against all the experts in the city?" After leaving the bloody battlefield, only 147 people made it here alive. The others had all died. At this moment, there was absolute silence. "You're Gu Ling of the 13 Knights of Heaven Wasteland. I've heard that you're Guan Cheng. You've set foot on this path again." The chief commander's face was cold. He called out the names of the bloody battle and the others one by one, immediately causing a commotion. The leader of the 13 Knights of Heaven Wasteland. This is a top-seated expert whose name has already spread in the city. I didn't expect it to be him. Guan Cheng, it sounds a little familiar. Could it be him? He was already a peerless fierce person more than 10 years ago. After cultivating bitterly for so many years, he set out again and joined hands with the 13 Knights of Heaven Wasteland, but they still couldn't take down that man. How terrifying. The city was in an uproar. After learning the identities of the people in the bloody battle, many people revealed shocked expressions and began to discuss. The leader of the 13 Knights of Heaven Wasteland, Gu Ling, had a few spear wounds on his body. The bloody holes were shocking, and Guan Cheng's heart was shattered. How could people not be shocked? Although the young man who was surrounded in the center was also riddled with wounds, facing so many people alone made people feel a chill. So he's that person called Yi Fan. I know. According to the news from there, he was unstoppable in the first city. The various holy cities were in contact with each other, so the news had already spread in advance. Otherwise, people would not have known. The envoy will pardon you. Since your cultivations are outstanding, I won't pursue this matter. However, there won't be a next time. If you violate the city's rules and act recklessly, you'll be killed without mercy. The storm subsided just like that. The conflict did not intensify, and it became a topic of discussion for people after meals. No matter what, Yi Fan and the others fought a bloody battle all the way into the city. The impact was great, and it even spread to the starry sky. What? Someone obtained the Tao origin again? Someone obtained it more than 20 years ago. Why did it appear again in this life? That's not possible. It's really chaotic. The storm had just calmed down when this news spread. The second holy city was stirred up. Many experts were shaken, and their hearts could not calm down for a long time. Moreover, the impact did not stop here. Through special channels, it spread to the front of the ancient starry sky path. Some holy cities in the depths of the cosmos also learned of it. The second holy city was surging with undercurrents. The road ahead was also covered in layers of mist. There were some unusual movements. The Tao origin had reappeared, and it made some people feel uneasy. In the depths of the cosmos, there was an incomparably vast floating continent. There was an ancient city built on it, and the mountain ridges outside the city were stretched across the land. It was full of vitality. This was an important place on the ancient starry sky path. No one knew how many trials had passed. Within a divine garden, there were pavilions, terraces, and pavilions. Under the clean white stone arch bridge, water gurgled, and immortal energy rose into the air. There was actually an ancient lotus growing in the small lake. It was incomparably huge, and there was a 12th rank lotus platform. Auspicious mist curled up in spirals, and chaotic energy lingered around it. Even ordinary cultivators could tell that this was a terrifying heavenly material and earthly treasure that could be refined into an everlasting supreme treasure. In the garden, there was an ancient Tao platform that was covered in mist. One could faintly see a woman sitting cross-legged on it, unmoving. She was facing the small lake, quietly waiting for the ancient lotus to fully mature. "Miss, there's a piece of news from the rear. Someone obtained the Tao origin." At this moment, a beautiful and graceful woman walked over. She was like the spirit of heaven and earth, yet she was dressed like a serving girl. The blurry figure of the woman on the Tao platform had a look of bewilderment on her face. She softly spoke, 23 years ago, wasn't the Tao origin obtained by Di Tian? Why did it appear again? Her voice contained a kind of magnetism, like the sounds of nature. Even when one first heard such shocking news, they were still very calm and indifferent. This serving girl's hair was like a waterfall, and her skin was as white as jade. She had an oval face and large eyes, and was as beautiful as a fairy. She bowed to the woman on the Tao platform and spoke, "The news is true." However, that person didn't succeed like young Master D. The Tao origin didn't approve of him. She seriously reported, telling the details to the woman on the Tao platform. "This matter is extremely important. The Tao origin contains an extremely great secret. I have to make a trip to the second city, the holy city." The blurry figure of the woman on the Tao platform spoke. The quick-witted little serving girl smiled. "Over 20 years ago, young Master D obtained the Tao origin because of Mrs.'s contribution. Now, If Miss also obtained it, who would be able to stand against you on this ancient path? Tian is extremely talented, his talent is unparalleled since ancient times. It's not surprising that he could obtain the Tao origin, it has nothing to do with me. However, the battles in the future will be extremely intense. This era is simply too terrifying, it's simply an era of legends. Even someone as strong as Tian obtained the recognition of the heavens and earth, yet he also encountered a few supreme enemies. It's hard to say who will be the one laughing in the end. I'm going to the second city because I want to see that cultivator who sealed the Tao origin. I want to see if I can persuade him to give it to Tian. The little serving girl was unhappy. Young Master D has already obtained the true Tao origin. Miss, why must you be like this? You should exchange it with that cultivator and keep it for yourself. Tian has obtained the Tao origin. If he fuses with another portion of it, he might be able to evolve a heaven-shaking immortal treasure. That's extremely important. The woman on the Tao platform spoke. Miss, you've received the favor of the heavens and obtained a 12-rank lotus platform in the chaos immortal soil. Wouldn't it be even better if you obtained the Tao origin as well? The little serving girl persuaded. In order to wait for the chaos lotus platform to mature, I've wasted too much time. In the future, if Tian doesn't have any assistance, things would be extremely difficult for me. This is an era of legends, everyone has their own powers. Only by forming an alliance would we be able to advance and stand at the peak. The woman on the Tao platform spoke. From then on, she no longer spoke. Chapter 1268. In the starry sky, there was no sense of the passing of time. There was only conquest along the way. The situation in each ancient land was different. A gust of wind blew past, causing withered leaves to fall. This made people feel the bleakness of autumn. It was a desolate scene. Stepping on the ancient road of the starry sky and fighting along the way, many heroes withered like withered leaves, falling into pools of blood and buried in foreign lands. In this ancient city that was filled with the scent of autumn, the trial takers were all silently recuperating in order to prepare for the upcoming battle and to survive. Yi Fan's steps were firm. He cultivated the swordsman formula. Golden blood energy curled around his body, and he quickly recovered to his peak state. The restrained light in his eyes turned into an abyss, deep and resplendent. This was a contradictory scene. In the evening, the setting sun was like blood, outlining the horizon with thousands of corpses, giving people an indescribable sense of desolation. Some cultivators walked in the slightly cold autumn wind. The trees on both sides of the street had long since withered yellow. Leaves danced chaotically in the air, creating an atmosphere of lethargy and desolation. Yi Fan went out. His eyes were bright and his will was like iron. Each step was firm and powerful. His confidence did not waver as he walked on the mottled ancient road. He knew that after the baptism of the bloody battlefield, many cultivators were very tired. Although they had rushed through mountains of corpses and seas of blood, they had lost the will to win. Sure enough, when he entered the most magnificent wine house in the city, he heard a few lonely words as soon as he went upstairs. I've decided to withdraw from here and return to my hometown without looking back. I'll never have the delusion of becoming a cultivator again. The one who said this was an ascetic cultivator. In just a few short months, his heroic appearance had become incomparably vicissitudes. His eyes were no longer sharp and somewhat dim. His temples were dyed with a few strands of white. Are you really withdrawing of your own accord? Someone beside him asked with the same bitterness. It was clear that he was also distressed. Yes, there's no point in staying. Those who came from the same place as me are all dead. I'm the only one left. I can't see any hope. Even my younger brother is dead. Many people were silent. A sour feeling welled up in their hearts. This was the unwillingness and sadness in their hearts. They were once heroes of a region, but after stepping on this path, they no longer had the glory of the past. Once upon a time, they each stood at the peak of their respective regions, achieving success at a young age. However, those conceited people had tasted defeat here. They had become stepping stones in the eyes of another group of experts. A dispirited young man suddenly burst into tears when he was completely drunk. He lost control of his emotions and found it hard to control himself. Tears of unwillingness flowed down his face as he said, "My former pride, my unrivaled glory of a region, it doesn't count for much here. They're being trampled mercilessly by others. The struggle for supremacy in the Emperor's Road is a battlefield for only a few people. To us, it is too cruel. We are just pitiful passers-by and dead people." When this person's words sounded, many people became silent. They thought back to the past, when they were extraordinary and arrogant, roaring through heaven and earth, their auras devouring 10,000 li. However, when they walked this path, many people tasted bitterness. The person I loved died in front of me. She was so sad, but I was powerless to save her. I could only pick her up from the pool of blood while trembling. I could only watch as her eyes dimmed and her body turned cold. She lost the last bit of her luster. Another person spoke in a low voice, filled with pain. There is only pain and injury here. I don't want to remember it anymore. I will leave tonight. More than 10 people suddenly stood up in the wine house and staggered down the stairs to find the city's commander. They wanted to set off on their return journey and never look back. On this night, many figures carried unwillingness, pain, and a kind of desolation. They chose different starry sky coordinates and set off on their own. Their backs were very miserable. When the autumn wind blew, there was a woman singing in a low voice. We are the deaths in other people's stories, like the withered leaves, drifting with the wind, unable to find our direction. There are our footprints on the Emperor's Road, but we are not in heaven. There is only a smear of dismal red, narrating the desolation of blood. Horses galloping through the starry sky, majestic bodies, stunning battles, shooting down the divine moon, breaking the eternal legend, building a song of glory on the Emperor's Road, becoming a masterpiece. That is the glory of others. Hesitation, perplexity, where are we? Struggling, searching. A pile of bones on the Emperor's Road marks our desolation. The song was like a sob, faintly whimpering. It was accompanied by the autumn wind and fallen leaves, scattering over the ancient city. On this night, as the mournful figures left one after another, there were less than 100 people left in this batch of trial takers. A pile of bones on the Emperor's Road was the final destination for most people. This was a cruel reality. Being perplexed and unwilling was of no use. They had just reached the second stage, but there was already no hope. That was because some cultivators clearly realized that there were already dozens of people in this batch who surpassed them. There was no need to talk about fighting for supremacy on the Emperor's Road in the future. Of the remaining 90 people, some believed in their potential and believed that it was just that their cultivation level was not high enough. They could slowly grow and eventually become legends. There were also some who only wanted to hone themselves and not to achieve the Tao. They wanted to become saints and kings in the future and return to their hometowns. Everyone's ambitions and aspirations were different. Some were disappointed, some revealed their sharpness. Their personalities were different, and their fates were different. On this night, some of the remaining cultivators played their swords and sang loudly. The clanging of the swords shook the heaven and earth, and their hot-blooded fighting spirit spread for thousands of miles. Yi Fan was very calm. He was used to seeing life and death. Ever since he stepped onto the path of a cultivator and fought bloody battles until now, what confusion was there for him? There was only a heart that was as firm as iron. As for Longma, even though it was injured, its mood was not bad. That was because it had almost bitten a few holy beasts to death in the battle not long ago when it was still in the non-saint realm. After Yi Fan returned, this fellow was in the midst of self-hypnotizing smugness, saying that he was the strongest in the world and that he would fight until he went crazy in the future. Why did you also use the Tao origin to wash your feet? Yi Fan was astonished. He was a bit stunned when he saw this scene. Longma said carelessly, "Nonsense, you've already done this. Even if you haven't used this Tao origin before, if I were to merge with it, wouldn't I still be inferior to you? How am I going to achieve the Tao in the future? How am I going to ride you back?" Yi Fan wanted to beat it up on the spot. He also didn't know why this fellow's attitude was always so good. Early in the morning, strands of sunlight scattered down. It was golden and dazzling, and it was full of moisture. It illuminated the horizon, and it was full of exuberant vitality. In this brilliant morning, everyone felt a type of great power, and they all became incomparably confident. After the haze passed, the remaining experts became even more powerful. Meanwhile, Yi Fan received news that he was going to march into an archaic Tao right soon. There was endless power there. Natural great Tao, Tao origin, endless power Tao. Now, everyone couldn't help but think to themselves. This was a path that had to be paid attention to after all. Just by being in this city, when the sunlight scattered down, I can already feel the exuberant power. Just what kind of place is that archaic Tao, right? The sun rose from the east. Many people were puzzled. They sensed a commotion on the main street, and then a commotion broke out. What happened? Everyone was shocked. They arrived on the street and asked the passers-by. In the end, they discovered that most of them were youngsters, and all of them were hurrying in a certain direction. What is going on? Why is there such a commotion? Don't you know? Someone activated a divine light ancient platform and returned from the frontline ancient path. They might be able to hear some secrets from the battlefield. Those who set foot on the star path, aren't they not allowed to return to the holy city behind them? Unless they give up on the trial path and directly return to their homeland. Didn't I say that she used the divine light ancient platform and isn't included in this list? She doesn't violate the city's rules. Many people were discussing this as they headed towards the city's plaza. Yi Fan was moved. He wanted to ask the natives for guidance. What exactly was going on? What was the divine light ancient platform? This is a type of divine object comparable to the five-colored altar. It can be carried on one's body, and it can be used to travel between certain star domains without any restrictions. How can one obtain it? Yi Fan was moved. He felt that the practical value of this type of object was too great. Naturally, it requires one to have an outstanding performance on the ancient path and establish exceptional contributions. For example, discovering the tomb of an ancient great emperor and accomplishing something beneficial for the human race. Yi Fan stared blankly. He knew that the origin of the person who set foot on the return journey was definitely great. It was definitely a terrifying expert that transcended this world. Soon after, his suspicions were confirmed. A woman named Qingshe returned. She was known as the Exiled Fairy, extremely powerful and terrifying. In the past, she was the indisputable number one in her batch of trial takers. After catching up to the experts in front of her, she didn't lose out to anyone. Several years ago, she fought in the Sky Dome and actually broke through a trial ground. She slaughtered her way into a mysterious primal chaos immortal earth and established exceptional contributions. As a result, she was given an ancient platform of divine light. Any piece of primal chaos immortal earth possessed a fantastical value. There were too many heaven and earth treasures inside, and it was rumored that she obtained the most valuable supreme treasure within. No one would have thought that she would set foot on the return journey today and return to the human race's initial stage of the holy city. This was definitely a woman that could suffocate countless heroes. It really is Fairy Qingshe. She came to our city and passed by this place more than 20 years ago. Correct, back then, I had the fortune of seeing the exiled fairy. It really is her. She has become even more indistinct and immeasurable. Many natives were discussing this. In particular, a few young cultivators were especially excited. They had a deep impression of this woman. Even after so many years had passed, they still couldn't forget her. Quite a few people were moving in that direction. They all wanted to see the legendary exiled fairy. Who would have thought that after more than 20 years, even Miss Ling, at the exiled fairy's side became a saint? It truly is unattainable. When we think about it carefully, it should be like this. Back then, Miss Ling was only a hair away from becoming a saint. After more than 20 years of accumulation, she naturally passed that trial. Many people believed that the exiled fairy's return would bring unimaginable pressure to this group of trial takers. Back then, that group of people was extremely special, an extremely terrifying and powerful group. Meanwhile, Qingshi was revered as number one, so she naturally had the divine might to seize the natural luck of heaven and earth. Even the envoy of the second holy city was startled. He personally went to welcome the exiled fairy and brought her into the secret land where he was cultivating in isolation. It was clear that he attached great importance to her. Everyone was shocked and felt even more reverence towards the exiled fairy. It was rumored that this woman's appearance was exceptional and that she was a peerless beauty. Moreover, she had such a cultivation that could shake the starry sky ancient path. It was impossible for others not to pay attention to her even if they didn't want to. Her return is too great of a threat to the later group of trial takers. I reckon that some of their Tao hearts will become unstable. When faced with the splendor of the bright moon, how many of them would be able to calmly face it? There are rules on the ancient path. Even if she returns, she still cannot take action, and even more so, cannot enter the training grounds. Even so, merely sensing her godly might and her supreme immortal bones is enough to cause many people to lose their confidence. A few elders in the city spoke softly and discussed in a low voice. They felt that the exiled fairy's return was a bit inappropriate and would affect the Tao hearts of the later group of trial takers. Chapter 1269. The exiled fairy Qingshi was the number one cultivator from 20 years ago. She was a mystical woman who had left behind many legends. Her return caused a great commotion and became the focus of everyone's discussion. Ever since this group of cultivators entered the city, the guide had never appeared. However, the moment the exiled fairy arrived, he treated her in a new light and personally came to the mansion. Where did she come from? This was everyone's question. After stepping on the ancient path, one could not turn back to attack the latecomers, nor could they re-enter the trial field. There was no meaning in turning back. Could it be the origin of the Tao? Those who stepped on the ancient path were all extraordinary. Ordinary heavenly treasures were no longer of interest to them. Only immortal items like these could tempt people. It's most likely because of this item. That cultivator named Yifan is in trouble. Who would have thought that the exiled fairy obtained the divine light platform and could reverse the situation? With her prestige and strength, who could oppose her? A few people discussed in private, feeling that there would be a good show in the near future. The trial field of blood and fire left a shadow of death for people, but there was also the appearance of a heaven-defying Tao source. This affected everyone's nerves. Even if the exiled fairy Qingshi didn't appear, people believed that there would be other disturbances. It was impossible to calm down just like this. Especially since the Tao source didn't approve of Yifan, this meant that others still had a chance. It even made the natives of the city jealous. In this kind of atmosphere, someone could suddenly rise up at any time to rob and kill. Many people were waiting for this scene to appear. You all don't understand Fairy Qingshi. She has a kind of divine-like transcendence, like the reincarnation of a fairy from the upper world. She wouldn't make things difficult for Yifan. That's not her style. The elder in the city shook his head and made such a judgment. The Tao source can help one achieve the Tao in the future. Who wouldn't be tempted in this world? This is an item that can steal the fortune of the heaven and earth. Unfortunately, we don't have the strength to fight for it. The reason why the exiled fairy returned at this time is obvious. Naturally, there were also people who scoffed at this. In front of such a world-defying Tao treasure, what kind of transcendence could there be? The undercurrents in the second human city surged. It seemed calm, but it contained a wave of murderous intent. No one in the city dared to brazenly seize the Tao source. However, it was hard to predict a person's heart. Perhaps a disaster might occur unknowingly. Cold moonlight cascaded down. This was already the second night. Yifan sat cross-legged in the courtyard, the crown of his head was sparkling and translucent. His hair flowed through his hair, absorbing the astral light in the air as he tempered his immortal foundation. You won't be able to suppress it for much longer. It's time for you to choose an enormous and extraordinary life emperor star to become a saint. Otherwise, there might be a big problem. Longma reminded. 10 years ago, Yi Fan was already a half-saint, and he only lacked a hearty battle of life and death before he could become a saint, but he was forcefully suppressed by him. After 10 years of conquest and 10 years of bloody battles, he had learned many things. In the depths of the ancient path of the starry sky, there was an ancient land prepared for those who had achieved the Tao. Becoming a saint in that special star region would bring great benefits. Xiao! Suddenly, a sharp immortal radiance pierced over, aiming straight for the back of the head of Yi Fan, who was sitting cross-legged on the praying mat in the courtyard. Someone had come to assassinate him. Longma stood up, the scales on his body releasing Qingxiang sounds. A scarlet multicolored light shot out, blocking out this immortal radiance, completely erasing it. However, right at this moment, the sound of a dam bursting rang out. The sky became hazy as primal chaos mist surged down, covering the sky and earth. Who is it? Longma shouted loudly. There was an unknown character who took action, wanting to deceive everything here, severing the connection with the outside world. He sent out many experts to kill Yi Fan and the others. A black cloud drifted past. The nearby houses felt a sense of pressure. Many people felt trepidation and couldn't help but look outside, yet they didn't discover anyone. After an unknown amount of time, a loud sound rang out from the courtyard Yi Fan was in. A corner of the formation was torn apart and primal chaos surged out like a tidal wave. Under the rumbling sounds, many buildings were turned into flying ashes. Miserable cries rang out one after another as a rain of blood scattered about. Some of the residents in the surroundings were also affected. Pooh! In the dark night, everyone saw Yi Fan take action. He rushed out from the primal chaos mist and fought a great battle in the sky. His body was covered in quite a bit of blood. Everyone was horrified. This battle had probably already continued for a period of time, reaching its climax. Only now did someone notice it. Longma was also roaring angrily, fighting against the holy beast. Pooh! Blood splashed outwards. Yi Fan fought with everything he had, blasting a person apart in the sky. A rain of blood scattered about. Then, he brandished a spear, continuously nailing 7 or 8 people to death. His methods were cold, bloody, and ruthless. An indistinct figure withdrew. A total of more than 10 people were killed in the sky. Their corpses fell, heaven and earth shaking. The great battle might have already been going on for a period of time. Only now did we notice that someone used primal chaos to conceal this place. Yi Fan fought until the final moment, and only then did he break through the terrifying formation and mist. He experienced a trial of life and death, and only now did he rush out. Saint blood, there are saints among the dead. Everyone was shocked. A total of more than 10 people had been killed, and there were saints among them. This was an extremely terrifying force, but even so, Yi Fan still killed a way out. Who caused trouble and violated the city's rules? The commander guarding the ancient city rushed over immediately. His movements were extremely swift, but the battle had already ended. Longma grimaced in pain. There were also many injuries on Yi Fan's body. His face was calm as he gazed in the direction the indistinct figure left in. He didn't say anything. Many people were apprehensive. Even someone as powerful as him was injured. It could be seen how terrifying the battle just now was. It seemed that the leader who escaped was definitely an exceptional expert. Why did you fight? Someone tried to assassinate me. What clues did you find? The great commander of the city hurried over with 20 soldiers. His expression was strict as he questioned Yi Fan. He only left after a long time. The chaotic energy scattered and starlight sprinkled down. A long time had already passed, but Yi Fan still stood on the ruins without moving. His expression was very cold and unsightly. The assassin wasn't a trial taker. These people had never seen him before. It was obvious that some power in the city had come to assassinate him. There were many reasons, but the most likely one was to seize the Tao origin. Zheng zheng sounds rang out. Strands of divine radiance shot out from Yi Fan's body. Golden blood energy pervaded the air as he circulated the secret character, healing his true body in an instant. The night passed quickly. In the morning, everyone in the city knew about this matter. Yi Fan had been attacked. No one knew how powerful the enemy was, but there was saint blood as proof. It was enough to prove how terrifying the attacker was. The atmosphere immediately became subtle. The great commander of the city personally led the soldiers to patrol the area to prevent an even more intense incident from happening. Meanwhile, the guide envoy also appeared. He stood silently on the battlefield for a moment before slowly disappearing. He was very concerned about this matter and gave the order to strictly investigate. Someone wants to muddy the waters and make things difficult for the guide envoy. This will make it difficult for the exiled fairy Qingshi to act forcefully. Even if the assassination failed, they have achieved their goal. A few people came to this conclusion. Yi Fan also began to laugh coldly. The waters had become muddy. The attitude of those who came for him would become subtle because of this matter. They wouldn't dare to act unrestrained. There were disadvantages and advantages. 2 days passed just like that. The city was still rather calm, but the guide envoy didn't give the order to open the archaic Dao Rite and let the trial takers in. The exiled fairy has appeared. She wants to have a small gathering with old friends in Jadewave Immortal Forest. When the time comes, she will also invite a few trial takers. This type of news spread around that day. Many people spread it, especially the youngsters in the city. There wasn't a single person who didn't want to obtain a quota to enter. For those who had seen Qingshi before, this was a true exiled fairy. She was elegant and aloof, possessing a divine nature. She was rarely seen in this world and exceptionally stunning. Yi Fan received the invitation. He looked at the invitation card in his hands. The graceful youngster on the card was like a type of immortal Dao precious mark that seeped out from the paper. He didn't refuse. He rode on Longma and arrived at the streets, heading towards Jadewave Immortal Forest. This was a famous place that none of the natives didn't know about. Quite a few people received the invitation and headed in that direction. There were some who spoke softly, and some who sighed in sorrow. Fairy Qingshi truly leaves one in awe. Through her handwriting, I can feel a type of immeasurable cultivation. It wasn't done intentionally and was just natural writing. However, the graceful and small characters couldn't help but contain a type of Dao essence. Even her little maid became a saint, so how terrifying do you think she is? Her strength is simply unimaginable. In this group of trial takers, I believe the number of people who can take 3 moves from her can be counted on one hand. Jadewave Immortal Forest was an ancient land in the city. There were all types of strange ancient trees planted here. It was verdant and full of spiritual essence, occupying an extremely large area. This street was extremely wide, and there were many people coming and going. This was especially the case today when Jadewave Immortal Forest had a gathering. A few strange beasts carried experts over. Ow-ho! A loud roar sounded. The street was thrown into chaos. This was the roar of a desolate beast, rough and domineering. A wave of bloodiness swept through the streets, leaving everyone shaken. A group of knights rushed over. There was no one who didn't move out of the way, not willing to clash with them. The entire street was trampled and rumbled like thunder. It's the 9-devil Qilin tiger. Who would have thought that it would really be subdued by them? This is a descendant of a desolate beast with the true blood of a white tiger and Qilin flowing through its veins. The descendants of the old commander are indeed extraordinary. They actually subdued 9 such young beasts from the starry skies. When they grow up, they will have immeasurable value. A few people whispered. They were all shocked. A desolate aura assaulted their faces, and the smell of blood was terrifying. 9 existences that looked like Qilins and white tigers ran madly on the street. Strong winds whistled, scattering the clouds. Yi Fan glanced back and saw this scene. The 9 desolate beasts were opening the way in front. Even though they hadn't grown up yet, they were already enormous. They were snow-white and had sinister scales. Their bloody mouths were terrifying. Behind them were some young people, and they all seemed to have extraordinary statuses. A man with a golden crown and tied-up hair was the leader. He was riding on a strange beast, and he seemed to be very satisfied with the 9 beasts in front of him. Yifan discovered that there were a few familiar faces. Guansheng and the second leader of the 13 steeds of heaven's wasteland were beside this person. The group of people looked over with unfriendly expressions. The second leader's eyes flashed with a cold light as he stared at Yifan. He then transmitted his voice, seemingly saying something to these people. The man with the golden crown and tied-up hair looked over. Following that, the group of mounts charged forward as if they wanted to trample over Yi Roa and his mount. Yifan sat on the longma without moving. When he saw the dozen or so mounts charging over, he let out a shout and activated the heavenly swastika. The distance wasn't very far. The mounts that were charging over were all shocked. They all neighed and stood on their hind legs, almost sending the group of people flying off. Many people were shocked and angry. They strenuously stopped their mounts, but since they didn't see Yifan attack, they couldn't act out. The man with the golden crown and tied-up hair waved his hand and didn't let them say anything. The dozen or so mounts stopped here and looked over coldly. So you are Yifan. As expected, your aura is extraordinary and you are a hero. No wonder you dared to defy the heavens and suppress the origin of the Tao. The golden-haired man said. As his eyes flickered, strands of divine radiance appeared. Chapter 1270. Yifan did not want to have too much interaction with them, because Guansheng and the second leader of the 13 steeds of heaven wasteland were here, causing this group of people to be hostile towards him. He nodded and urged his horse to leave. There was no need to be hostile at this time. They would meet on the battlefield sooner or later. What arrogance, does he really think he is? A young man said sinisterly after seeing him leave. Yifan's hearing was extremely sharp, having long since cultivated the heavenly eye and clairaudient. He suddenly turned his head, his eyes shooting out 2 resplendent golden radiance. This person's heart immediately palpitated, his expression abruptly changing. He wanted to loudly berate to relieve the pressure, because he felt as if he was being pressed down by a mountain. Pfft! However, at this moment, he felt his chest stifled and his throat tasted sweet. He opened his mouth and spat out a large mouthful of blood. His face was pale and he almost fell off his horse, his body swaying. Everyone was alarmed and their expressions changed. This group of people each had a great background. Today, there was actually someone who dared to oppress them with such an imposing manner, causing one of them to spit out blood. The pedestrians on the street all revealed shocked expressions. There was a clamor. This group of people were about to rush over, their mounts roaring and surging with battle intent. The man with the golden crown raised a hand and stopped them. A strand of cold lightning flashed through his eyes as he said, "Don't be rash." The others endured after seeing this. They sat upright on their strange beasts and followed his lead because this person's background was extraordinary. Many people on the street also knew the background of the man with the golden crown. He was the retired old commander's great-great-grandson, Yan Qifeng. His aptitude in cultivation was extraordinary. Even though the old commander no longer cared about worldly affairs, his influence was still incomparably great after so many years, causing all the powers to feel restraining fear. They naturally thought highly of his beloved great-grandson. Yifan gave them a cold glance and turned around to leave, no longer paying attention to them. We can't let him leave so arrogantly and calmly, Guansheng said coldly. He and Yan Qifeng were old acquaintances. Yan Qifeng's body was robust. He sat on a tall savage beast with a dazzling golden crown on his head and a scarlet golden war god whip on his back. He didn't say anything. The second leader of the 13 steeds of heaven desolation had a sinister look in his eyes as he said, "We cannot let him develop an invincible aura of supremacy." One of the people in the crowd shouted, and a few god ho in front of him immediately stood up. They roared and pounced forward. "Brother Guan, how amazing were you 20 years ago? Yet, you were defeated by that person. Today, you're being suppressed by him again. Let's see how we're going to avenge you." Other than their mounts, these people also brought some beasts with them. At this moment, they were all galloping forward. The golden-crowned man didn't restrain the 9-born devil Chelan tiger and let the 9 wild beasts move at the same time. They were the kings of the battle beasts. Their roars were like thunder as they pounced towards Yifan and Longma. The group of people sneered. Even if they couldn't make a move due to the city's rules, they still wanted to make Yifan look miserable so that he wouldn't be able to say anything. After all, it was just a beast riot. The expressions of the people on the street all changed. They didn't dare to block him and all moved out of the way, fearing that a disaster would befall them. These people were all sitting on the wild beasts, quietly waiting to see a joke. Yifan suddenly turned his horse around and took out a large bow that was half the height of a person. Without any hesitation, he drew the bow and shot a white bone arrow. Pfft! A white light pierced through the sky, followed by a splatter of blood. The ancient beast at the very front was pierced through between its eyebrows. It whimpered and fell into a pool of blood. Roar! The wild beasts rushed forward. Even though the 9-born devil Chelan tiger hadn't matured yet, it already possessed the aura of a beast king. Its roar shook the mountains and rivers, and half of the city was rumbling. This was a terrifying beast. It was a war pet that Yan Qifeng had subdued from the depths of the cosmos. Once it grew up, it would be a peerless aide. Yifan was as still as a boulder. He didn't even blink as he shot arrow after arrow. The white light flourished and his aura was like a torrential ocean. His movements were too fast, and no one could stop him. He was as swift as lightning as he shot out white bone arrows made from the bone spurs of sacred beasts. Pft, pft, bloody and ruthless, more than 10 bone arrows shot out with vast and mighty divine might. They tore through the sky and pierced through the 6 strange beasts, nailing them to the ground, dripping with blood. Only a few unbearable war beasts lagged behind and didn't rush forward. They escaped this calamity and scuttled back with their tails between their legs. The streets were deathly silent, quiet to the extreme. No one expected Yifan to be so decisive and merciless, shooting the wild beasts like thunder in the middle of the street. The masters of the war beasts all sucked in a breath of cold air, their expressions ugly. They thought that Yifan would only order the wild beasts to retreat and put them in a sorry state. They didn't expect him to be so cold and unrestrained. You are so ruthless. Killing people in the city, violating the city's rules and committing a capital crime. Someone shouted. Yan Qifeng's expression was as gloomy as water. The 9-born devil Chelan tiger was his beast pet. In order to obtain it, he had spent too much energy and fought against adult wild beasts in the cosmos. It was extremely dangerous. Now, it was actually killed by someone. It was like a slap to his face. The streets were very quiet, the pedestrians all moving back. They all knew that the old commander's great-great-grandson wasn't someone to be trifled with. Now that he was being opposed in public, it was likely that things wouldn't end well. What happened? The soldiers in the city rushed over, shouting loudly. Yifan's expression was calm, not saying a word. The group of people behind revealed killing intent in their eyes, as if they were going to rush over. Yan Qifeng's expression was dark and clear. In the end, he calmly replied, "Nothing much. My war pet was startled and almost injured someone. It was killed on the streets." The dozen or so soldiers let out a long breath. They were really afraid that Yan Qifeng wouldn't let this matter go and blow things up. If that happened, there would be quite a bit of trouble. The old commander's descendant is indeed extraordinary. A soldier cupped his fists and then left, not interfering too much. Yifan turned his horse around and headed towards the Jade Wave Immortal Forest. What happened on the streets naturally spread. Many people were speechless. Dark clouds were gathering densely and the atmosphere was tense, yet something like this actually happened. I'm going to participate in this small gathering. Something is most likely going to happen. Yan Qifeng will most likely step onto the ancient starry path because of this. He has been hibernating for so many years. It's about time for him to make a move. There were beautiful mountains and clear waters in the city. It was naturally a rare sight. There were majestic mountain peaks, strange ancient trees, murmuring streams, and faint bird cries. It was an exceptionally transcendent scene. Yi Fan got off his horse in front of the mountain gates. He handed over the invitation and directly entered. He passed through an ancient forest and arrived in front of a mountain region that was covered in lush green grass and blossoming flowers. On the cliffs, green pines stood tall and straight. Clear springs surged and cascaded down, turning into multicolored waterfalls that were enshrouded in mist. There were a few people sitting cross-legged in front of the fragrant grass. There were jade tables placed in front of them, and on them were spirit fruits and fine wine that flickered with a sparkling luster. In front of them, there was a quick-witted young lady playing the zither. Her slender jade-like fingers were nimble as she played an extremely sweet-sounding zither sound. As if she sensed that many cultivators had arrived, she began to earnestly pluck the zither. Strands of immortal music flowed, brushing past hundreds of flowers. They instantly bloomed and streaked across the clear spring. Dense steam rose and scattered into the sky, attracting all types of birds that danced around her. Many cultivators were alarmed. There were no fluctuations of Tao force, only a clear and ethereal zither rhythm, yet it was able to create this type of scene. Yi Fan was startled. He then remained silent for a long time. He thought of a person who was ethereal like an immortal, transcending the mortal world. A single zither sound could cleanse the mortal world. Unfortunately, it was hard to meet him again. He personally sent that person on his way, ending his life. I'm a pitiful fish. After so many years, I struggled to jump up again and again. Each time, I thought that I had broken free from that river. These words were still by his ears. Even if it was from an enemy, it was still unforgettable. My playing isn't good. I've made a fool of myself. Oh, the young miss is here. This quick-witted young lady stood up and twirled a lock of her beautiful hair with her finger. She was also very lively as she stood at the side. Miss Ling is too modest. The sound of the zither caused hundreds of flowers to bloom, tens of thousands of birds to fly, and the earth to surge with rosy clouds. How many people can compare to this kind of phenomenon? Wonderful music moves the heaven and earth. How many people can hear it in this world? Everyone sincerely sighed in admiration. The young lady smiled faintly in embarrassment and said, "What does my zither sound count for?" The young missus is the one that has attained the Tao. A single song from her can make rotten bones glow with life. A woman walked over and interrupted her words, saying, "Ling is being mischievous again. Everyone, don't listen to her nonsense." Without a doubt, she was Fairy Qingshi. Her figure was graceful, and the immortal mist that lingered around her dispersed, revealing her fairy-like appearance. She had bright eyes and white teeth, and she was exceptionally beautiful. When she smiled, her smile was warm and amiable. Her fine black hair was like a mirror, and her black eyebrows were curved. Her skin was snow-white and exquisite, and her eyes contained a poetic charm. There was a type of spirituality that could see through the mortal world. I've heard that 20 years ago, Farija's flute music pierced through the heavens, causing 4 saints to instantly transform into the Tao. It was truly shocking, said an elder. When everyone heard this, there wasn't a single person who wasn't shaken. Fairy Qingshi was a peerless beauty. Even if she was more outstanding than other beauties, she still wouldn't make people's hearts palpitate with eagerness. After all, the cultivators present had reached this realm and had seen many beautiful women in the sea of people. However, she had a special temperament. The more one looked at her, the more extraordinary she seemed. Her beauty was compatible with the Tao, and she emitted an aura that made one feel intimate and tranquil. One couldn't help but have a good impression of her. Her figure was tall and slender, and her fairy-like appearance was brilliant. Her arms were flawless, and her chest was full. Her waist was slender and round, and her legs were straight and slender. Her steps were light and agile, and it was as if she was walking on water. Her white clothes fluttered in the wind, and she was elegant and otherworldly. These are all rumors, and they can't be taken seriously, said Qingshi with a friendly smile. She invited the cultivators present to take a seat, and she greeted both old friends and newcomers that she hadn't met before. She didn't treat anyone coldly. At this time, Yan Qifeng, Guan Sheng, and the second leader of the 13 steeds of heaven wasteland had also arrived. They stood quite a distance away from Yi Fan and looked at him coldly. Fairy Qingshi had invited quite a few people, and the overall atmosphere was cheerful and enthusiastic. There were famous figures in the city, such as the great commander and the masters of a few great clans. There were also newly advanced experts. Not long after, the leader of the 13 steeds of heaven wasteland, Gu Ling, also arrived. He didn't come with Yan Qifeng and the others, which surprised Yi Fan. As for Tuobayu, Ku Tuchuo, Yu Xian, O Yi Mo, Mu Guanhan, and the others, they were also invited. They had arrived a long time ago and were sitting among the flowers and grass. "Hey, we came for you." "Alright, since we have a request, we have to give benefits first. A lively divine will secretly transmit it over." Yi Fan was astonished. He didn't expect Fairy's little maid to be like this. She acted as if she was familiar with him and wanted to tell him some things. "I heard that you've pretty much killed the 13 steeds of heaven wasteland. I suggest that you don't kill them all, especially the first two." She transmitted her voice softly. "Why?" Yi Fan asked. "They are the 13 retainers of the great demonic god in the depths of the starry sky ancient path. If the great demonic god knows that you've killed them all, even if he doesn't do it himself, he can just give an order to make your path overflow with blood." "Who is the great demonic god? How frightening is he?" Yi Fan's heart was moved. The little maid seemed to have a headache and murmured. She rubbed her forehead with her slender hand and frowned. "Oh heavens, you don't know anything. Which star field did you come from? Has there not been a single senior to guide you? The great demonic god is a young man called Gu Huang. He caused many heroes on the path ahead to be helpless. Perhaps he's invincible in the entire ancient heaven path. Seriously speaking, apart from a few people, no one can contend against him. By the way, the group of trial takers with you, such as Ku Tuchuo, Yu Xian, Tuobayu, and Mu Guanhan, are not simple people. They are all related to some of the people ahead," the little maid said with a headache. In truth, Qingshi's return this time is mainly for the Tao origin. At this time, Fairy Zhe spoke. Everyone was startled. They didn't think that she would bring it up in front of so many people. With her intelligence, this shouldn't be the case. Chapter 1271. The atmosphere in the Jade Wave Immortal Forest was a little strange. No one expected Fairy Qingshi to be so direct. With her natural disposition, she shouldn't be like this. Why was she like this? Gazes shot over and concentrated on Yi Fan. His expression was calm and unperturbed. He didn't express anything, as if he was listening to something that had nothing to do with him. A gentle breeze blew past. Thousands of petals fell from the ancient trees in the mountains. They were sparkling and translucent, flowing with brilliant colors. They sprinkled down like rain, filling the entire garden with their fragrance. Clear springs gurgled down the cliffs, splashing up waves of dense multicolored mist. The ancient pines were rooted between the cracks of the stones, making this place seem extraordinarily magnificent. "Brother Yi, please forgive me for taking the liberty to mention this matter." Fairy Qingshi's expression was sincere as she spoke apologetically. Everyone's expressions shook. As expected, the main topic was mentioned. Just now, Fairy Qingshi was merely probing. Now, she went straight to the main topic and spoke directly to Yi Fan. No one said anything else. They sat behind the jade table, either drinking fine wine or tasting fragrant tea. They let the sparkling petals fall from the sky and enjoyed the rare tranquility. In reality, no one could remain calm and were paying close attention. The origin of the Tao was too important. Who didn't want it? This was a heaven-defying immortal item. "It's nothing." Yi Fan smiled, revealing his snow-white teeth. His words were brief and didn't express anything special. This place was filled with towering peaks and rosy clouds. Spiritual springs gurgled and ancient trees took root, making this place auspicious and transcendent. "I once heard that Tao Friend's innate talent is rare and unique since ancient times. It transcends this world, so this origin of the Tao is not suitable for Brother Yi. If I may be so bold as to ask, would Brother be willing to part with it? Fairy Qingshi's voice was gentle, as pleasant as the sounds of nature. It carried a trace of magnetism that could move one's heart. Her bright eyes were like water as she looked at him seriously. Innate talent was rare and unique since ancient times. It transcended this world. Saying this was purely a whitewash. Everyone here knew that Yi Fan wasn't recognized by the heaven and earth. However, if it was said like this, it would undoubtedly make the person involved feel much better. Fairy Zhe is too kind with your praise. I am ashamed. The heavens look down on me and the origin of Tao cannot be used by me. This is the truth. Yi Fan said in a self-mocking manner. Brother Yi is an outstanding talent. You are too modest, or else how could you suppress the source of all things? I have never heard of such a thing before. Fairy Qingshi said. The others were flabbergasted. Then, they gradually understood why Fairy Zhe said this directly. Presumably, she had done some research on Yi Fan and knew his nature. Therefore, she treated him calmly. Yi Fan raised a jade cup that contained a fine wine that was as clear as amber. The fragrance pervaded the air, intoxicating one to the bone. He stood up and said, Fairy banished, your name has shaken the starry sky, and your reputation has spread far and wide. Seeing you today, you are even better than your reputation. I, Yi Fan, would like to offer you a toast. I hope that your immortal face will never grow old and that you will sing proudly on your road to becoming emperor. Everyone revealed strange expressions. Seeing that he didn't respond directly, they didn't know what he was thinking. Many people chimed in and raised their cups to Fairy Qingshi. Oi, I feel that you most likely aren't an honest fellow, the little maid Ling mumbled. She transmitted her voice secretly to express her dissatisfaction. Yi Fan raised his cup and also indicated to her, causing her to roll her eyes. Fairy Qingshi stood up and smiled. I should be the one toasting everyone. On this ancient mythological path, I wish everyone good luck in ascending to the peak. Here, I have to especially apologize to Brother Yi for disturbing you. Her figure was slender and exquisite. She had jade-like skin and an otherworldly temperament. She had an amiable smile on her face and her bright eyes were kind. She was so beautiful that it was like a dream. Many people revealed strange expressions. Was Fairy Qingshi actually going to give up? After probing and knowing the result, she didn't linger. She was simple and direct. Yan Qifeng, Guansheng, and the second-in-command of the 13 steeds of heaven wasteland all revealed meaningful expressions. When they looked at Yi Fan, their expressions were unkind. There was no need to conceal this. Tuobayu, Yuxian, Ku Tuchuo, Mu Guanghan, Uya Mo, and the others each sat in a corner. They were calm and composed, not expressing anything. The leader of the 13 steeds of heaven wasteland, Gu Ling, sat alone at a table. His eyes shone with a wild radiance. Even when facing the famous Fairy Qingshi, he didn't conceal it at all. It was as though he wanted to see through her. This fellow definitely wants to ask about the great devil god, the little maid Ling said softly as she wrinkled her nose. Almost all the masters of the major powers in the city had been invited. All of them had calm expressions. With a single glance, one could tell that they were all intelligent masters. Little friend Yi, I want to ask. Since the origin of Tao isn't compatible with you, what kind of conditions should I pay to exchange it with you? No one expected the great commander of the city to speak. His name was Yuhan. He wore a violet copper battle robe and was shrouded in a hazy violet aura. His cultivation was profound and almost no one present could see through it. As soon as he said this, many people put down their cups and listened attentively. This was the answer that many people wanted to know. I don't know either. Why don't I ask the great commander to tell me how you can move my heart to the point where I am willing to hand over the origin of Tao? Yi Fan calmly said. I have 10,000 gene of stellar divine sand here. I wonder if it can move your heart. Great Commander Yuhan said. What? Stellar divine sand? It's hard to find even a few tales of it in the entire cosmos, extremely precious. This is a divine material used by the great sage to refine weapons, something that can only be discovered and not sought after. Someone immediately cried out in alarm. In the mountain region, quite a few people's eyes burned with passion as they looked over. 10,000 gene of stellar divine sand was just too shocking, enough to shock the world. I don't have the ability to pluck millions and millions of stellar rivers. This is something left behind by our ancestors. Great Commander Yuhan said. This object was condensed from stellar radiance, and when it was gathered, it weighed 10,000 gene. It was simply a miracle. I am deeply shaken by the Great Commander's divine material, but I do not need it. Yi Fan stood up and toasted him with a cup of wine. Everyone became silent. When they thought about it, this was the case. So what if it was the great sage's weapon? So what if there were a few more of them? No matter what, they couldn't compare to the origin of Tao. I have an underworld deity ancient scripture here. I wonder if it is of interest to you? An elder stood up. He had a head of silver hair, his spirit hale and hearty. He was the master of an ancient family in this city. Families like these all had unordinary origins. They were all established by experts who stepped onto the starry sky ancient path in the past, but ultimately failed to achieve the Tao. After endless years passed, some clans disappeared, while others became even more powerful. Yi Fan shook his head. Anything that wasn't an emperor scripture didn't hold much attraction for him. I have a scarlet cloud ancient scripture here that doesn't lack a single page. It has been passed down for a long time, its origins unfathomable. Rumor has it that it might have been left behind by a quasi-emperor. Right at this time, Yan Qifeng spoke. Everyone was moved. Yan family was definitely the most ancient and powerful family in the second holy city. The scarlet cloud ancient scripture they possessed made many people's eyes turn red. Even Yi Fan was moved, feeling like there were too many secret techniques left behind on the starry sky ancient path. If they continued down this path, they might even be able to see some bits and pieces of the 9 secrets and emperor scriptures. Yi Fan raised his cup towards him, but didn't reply. Yan Qixia downed the wine in a single gulp as a cold light flashed in the depths of his eyes. I see that Brother Ye's essence, qi, and spirit are being refined. It seems like divine spiritual qi is about to be born in your immortal platform. From this, it can be seen that the ancient scripture you cultivate is no small matter. Maybe, only an emperor scripture would be of interest to you. The banished fairy smiled. She could tell that it wasn't that Yi Fan couldn't exchange for the origin of the Tao. Rather, he was waiting for the highest price and needed an even more precious immortal scripture. I have the first volume of the Tao scripture. It's said to be the most suitable ancient scripture for the Sea of Reincarnation. I wonder if Brother Yi is willing to take a look. This was a temptation that was hard to resist. All the cultivators of ancient stars with deep foundations and long histories would know about the Tao scriptures, and the first volume was the best. The rain of flowers was sparkling and translucent, fluttering about. This place was extremely quiet. Everyone held their breaths as they looked forward. The first volume of the Tao scripture is truly tempting. Unfortunately, I have no use for it. Yi Fan shook his head. Fairy Qingshi's black brows furrowed slightly as ripples spread out from her beautiful ears. A peculiar expression appeared on her peerless face as she said, I didn't expect Brother Ye's luck to be so good and have already cultivated the first volume of the Tao scripture. I can faintly hear the supreme and profound ancient scripture chanting coming from your Sea of Reincarnation. Everyone was shocked as they looked at Yi Fan with expressions of disbelief. They didn't expect him to have such luck. Could it be that he had grasped hold of the entire Tao scripture? Uya Mo, Yuxian, Ku Tuchuo, and Mu Guanghan revealed traces of divine light in their eyes. They were all paying close attention. Clearly, the appearance of the Tao scripture made them unable to remain calm. This was the first time Yi Fan was shaken. This fairy Qingshi was truly extraordinary. She could actually hear the chanting of scriptures from his Sea of Reincarnation. Her divine ability was truly shocking. All the major powers were already moved as they stared at Yi Fan. Yan Qifeng, Guansheng, and the second leader of the 13 Cavalry of Heaven Wasteland all had cold lightning in their eyes. Since Brother Yi already has the Tao scripture, how about I offer you another one? I have the celestial scripture of Supreme Yin. Apart from the forbidden secret technique, I have all 5 secret realms. The exiled fairy spoke softly, but her words were like a clap of thunder in everyone's ears, causing them to ring. The value of an entire celestial scripture was immeasurable. This was definitely a great fortune. The ancient emperors had passed away, and the ancient scriptures they left behind had mostly disappeared under the erosion of time. If it was in the past, Yi Fan would definitely have considered it. However, after listening to the human demon's Tao lecture on the sun star, he had already understood this kind of celestial scripture. Seeing how calm Brother Yi is and not the slightest bit tempted, could it be that you have also dabbled in the celestial scripture of Supreme Yin? The exiled fairy Qingshe revealed a solemn expression for the first time. As for the others, they were even more shocked. Their expressions were all different, all of them were paying close attention, not wanting to miss out on anything. Is the origin of the Tao really so important to you? Yi Fan asked. Wanting to use the ancient scripture of a great emperor to exchange for it, this required a certain kind of courage. If the origin of the Tao was useful to Brother Yi, I definitely wouldn't have turned back to discuss the exchange. The competition on the path ahead will be extremely intense and cruel. The origin of the Tao is truly of great use to me. I only turned back after learning that you have no use for it. The exiled fairy Qingshe spoke. Yi Fan nodded. Seems like the era of legends has reappeared. Even a character like Fairy Qingshe encountered a supreme enemy and couldn't say for sure that she would win. The competition on the Emperor's path is truly difficult. The exiled fairy's countenance was as beautiful as a painting, elegant and graceful like a celestial maiden. She seemed to be making a decision. I have 4 volumes of the celestial scripture of Sun, I'm only lacking 1 incomplete immortal foundation. I'll give them to you together with the 2 I mentioned earlier. Are you willing to exchange them? Miss, you can't give them away like this. Young Master D already has the origin of the Tao, there's no need for you to exchange them for him. The little maid Ling was anxious as she transmitted her voiceover. Fairy Qingshe's expression was tranquil as she transmitted her voiceover. I just want to ascertain how many ancient scriptures he has cultivated. This person is truly extraordinary. Although his cultivation base isn't high, we can't underestimate him. Extreme Yin and Extreme Yang, the 2 mother scriptures, which one is weaker and which one is stronger? If the 2 scriptures are combined as one, he will become the emperor under the heavens. Someone sighed. Everyone was shocked, they didn't expect the exiled fairy to be so bold. These are 2 primordial immortal scriptures, what Fairy Qingshe has learned is simply too terrifying. I dare to say that she must have learned other ancient scriptures as well. Everyone was visibly moved, this was truly too shocking. From what I see, Fairy Qingshe doesn't really care about the origin of the Tao. Why are you exchanging it for such a high price? Could it be that you are collecting it on behalf of someone else? Yi Fan asked. From afar, a few old men were discussing in a low voice, silently observing the changes here. One of them spoke, this person is extraordinary, but he can't be compared to young Master D. The heavens and earth don't approve of him, he is destined to be a supporting character in this era. Maybe we can make him follow beside young Master D. He should be a sharp sword. The few old men didn't walk over, they didn't disturb anyone. At this moment, Fairy Qingshe smiled and spoke, Brother Ye's talent is rarely seen throughout the ages. You will definitely have a place in the struggle for supremacy on the Emperor's path. I'm willing to sincerely befriend you, and at the same time, I also want to introduce a friend to you. I wonder if that's possible. What kind of friend? Yi Fan asked. I can't meet him now. He's in the depths of the starry space ancient path, and his name is D Tian, Fairy Qingshe replied. Chapter 1272. D Tian, a name that made many tremble. He moved unhindered through the starry sky ancient path, simply unrivaled under the heavens. More than 20 years had passed, but no one would forget him. He made many cultivators feel suffocated. This was a godlike existence that already possessed the bearing of a great emperor. It's him, the Tian whose aura engulfs 10,000 li. The great commander Yuhandu was absent-minded. He had seen that person more than 20 years ago, and even now, his heart still palpitated when he thought about it. Tian, this is a taboo existence. Back then, he was part of the same group of cultivators as Fairy Qingshi. Later on, they separated in order to comprehend the Tao. A few of the giants in the second sacred city frowned. After so many years, news often came from the starry sky ancient path. That Tian was terrifying to a shocking degree. Tuobayu of the human king ancient star, Feather immortal of the feather transformation ancient land, and the others' eyes flashed with resplendent lightning. It was clear that they had heard of this before, and their emotions were somewhat shaken. The great-grandson of the human race's second sacred city's old commander, Yan Qifeng, was expressionless. He wasn't unfamiliar with this name. He had personally seen this person in the past, and even now, he couldn't forget it. It was precisely because he had seen Tian's peerless glory that he hadn't set off even now. Tian's body was enveloped by a divine ring that dominated the starry sky. It was resplendent and dazzling, illuminating the entire starry sky ancient path. Even if one couldn't see him, just hearing his name was enough to make one treat him seriously. Tian is the pride of a generation, and Brother Yi is also the hero of a generation. Being friends with him won't bring shame to your reputation. Fairy Qingshi spoke warmly, her voice gentle and pleasant to listen to. Yi Fan understood that the exiled fairy was trying to rope him in. The Tian she mentioned should be an outstanding young supreme being, and what she said just now was merely a humble excuse. Was she trying to rope in a right-hand man for Tian? Yi Fan was calm and unperturbed. Presumably, that was an extremely powerful character. Even the exiled fairy was looking for a helper for him. The sound of a flute lingered in the air like a sweet spring in the desert. It was like a beautiful immortal palace that appeared on a vast grassland, nourishing one's heart and bones, making one's spirit soar. The exiled fairy Qingshi's cherry lips pressed against the jade flute. Musical notes rippled out, ringing through the entire jade wave immortal forest. A rain of flowers scattered down. The petals were sparkling, and waves of fragrance filled the air, making this place seem like a dream. In the forest, some withered ancient trees had long lost their vitality, but after the sound of the flute, they sprouted green buds and came back to life. Many mountain rocks flickered and released splendor, as if they were alive. The flowers and plants gained intelligence and began to dance about. Clouds swirled and scattered, tens of thousands of birds came to pay their respects. Streams of sweet springs gushed out from the ground, and golden lotuses appeared one after another in the sky. This kind of divine sound caused even heaven and earth to produce abnormal phenomena, causing everyone to feel exceptionally peaceful. This song was extremely beneficial to one's cultivation, allowing one's immortal foundation to become clear and bright, allowing them to easily enter a state of Tao comprehension. Most probably, even Fairy Qingshi wouldn't be able to play this song every day. Hundreds of birds chirped softly and flower petals sprinkled down in brilliant colors. Only after a long time did people regain their senses. In the end, Yi Fan did not exchange the source of Tao. He vaguely hinted that if the ancient scriptures and the divine light platform were to be exchanged, he would agree. It was impossible for the banished fairy to nod. The divine light platform's significance was too great, and losing it was like cutting off a pair of immortal wings. She would no longer be able to travel between the various ancient cities. Be careful. Don't completely wipe out the 13 heavenly desolation steeds, mumbled the little maid Ling. Is the great devil god really so terrifying? Yi Fan asked. Naturally. Although ancient desolation is still very young, it's unknown how many geniuses he has slain. His strength is comparable to a supreme devil sovereign, causing even young Master Tian to feel trepidation. Ancient desolation, ancient sovereign, Yi Fan silently mused. These two words sounded the same, their names already indicated something. This was a young paragon, yet he was referred to as the great devil god. The small-scale gathering ended. Everyone stood up and departed one after another. Yi Fan continued on his way under the setting sun, casually glancing at a few old men in the distance as he departed. His spiritual perception is extremely terrifying. That glance of his was filled with meaning. He should have discovered our true bodies. This is truly a sharp sword. Young Master Di Tian is walking on the Emperor's path. He would need some supreme geniuses of the various regions to be his assistants. If this man truly submitted, he would definitely have a place in the future. I'm only afraid that he would be arrogant and unyielding, thinking that he can walk his own path. Maybe we should let him understand his status and identity in advance. A few old men stared at the departing back view of Yi Fan as they whispered in low voices. He doesn't just have a single ancient scripture on him. In addition to the origin of his Tao, I wonder if he would be able to endure for a few more days. The eyes of the second leader of the 13 riders flashed with coldness. Ha! Yan Qifeng wore a golden crown on his head and had a cold expression on his face. He sat on a gigantic savage beast, appearing somewhat cold as he spat out a single word. Everyone left the Jade Wave Immortal Forest one after another. They all believed that a great storm would occur during these few days, and this cultivator named Yi Fan was at the center of it all. Some of the hegemons in the city all had their own thoughts and didn't discuss this matter with each other. They all dispersed, and it was impossible to tell what they were feeling. Ku Tuchuo, Mu Guanhan, O Yimo, and the others were also calm and indifferent. They almost didn't say anything at the gathering. They all had extraordinary backgrounds and were the strongest seeds among this batch of challengers. Is the exiled fairy really going to give up just like this? It's hard to see through her. Will she really leave? An old soldier muttered. Great Commander Yuhan was expressionless as he patrolled on the ancient beast and said, all of this is hard to say. However, that cultivator named Yi Fan will most likely have some troubles during these few days. Hey, slow down a bit. A young lady's voice sounded from behind Yi Fan. The feather immortal came over nimbly and walked on the dust. Her snow-white clothes fluttered in the wind. Her appearance was sweet, and her appearance could topple cities. What do you think that exiled fairy is trying to do? Is she trying to show off her strength to us? Moreover, she harbors evil intentions towards you. Why don't we team up and call Mu Guanhan, Ku Tuchuo, Uya Mo, and the others to get rid of her together? What do you think? The feather immortal said. She was as fresh as snow piled up on a flowering tree, as quick-witted as a fairy. She was pretty and sweet, yet she actually said these kinds of words. It truly made people astonished, as if she was a bad girl. Why are you looking at me like that? Am I wrong? She is one of the most terrifying people on the starry sky ancient path. Getting rid of her now is a rare opportunity. The feather immortal blinked her large eyes and fiercely waved her elegant fists. Yi Fan said, can you defeat her? Even her little handmaiden has become a saint. Even the guide was courteous to her and personally went to welcome her. TCH, isn't she just an old woman? She just cultivated for a period of time. I will completely defeat her in 20 years. When the feather immortal said these words, she was more or less lacking in confidence. She looked around in a mischievous manner, afraid of being heard by others. Yi Fan pondered and said, she really isn't that old. I have to admit that her cultivation surpasses saints and gods. There are very few opponents on the ancient path. Who can say for sure what will happen in 20 years? If she really is the undisputed number one on the ancient path, she won't look back, said the feather immortal. Once again, she cruelly invited Yi Fan to take action, wanting to get rid of the banished immortal together. Of course, Yi Fan wouldn't treat these words as the angry words of a pure and kind girl. He had already learned from the banished immortal's little maid that the origins of the feather immortal, Ku Tuchuo, Mu Guanhan, Tuobayu, and the others were related to some supreme experts on the path ahead. It seemed that the feather immortal's faction had a hostile relationship with Di Tian. Yi Fan rode on Longma and returned to his residence alone. Not long after, a guest came to visit. It was actually an elder, one of the elders he saw at the exit of the Jade Wave Immortal Forest. This person was very amiable and was enjoying tea in the hall. He had a look of admiration on his face as he looked at Yi Fan. He tactfully expressed that he wanted to use a supreme treasure of his sect to exchange for the origin of the Tao. Sadly, Yi Fan wasn't moved at all. Although he was laughing and joking, he wasn't moved at all. He only continued to drink tea and chat with the elder. The topic of their conversation was endless. One moment, they were talking about flying ships, the next moment, they were talking about romance, the next moment, they were talking about the ancient path in the starry space, and he even talked about the figure of the banished immortal, causing the elder to want nothing more than to give him a good beating. Young Sir D and some other experts discovered a gigantic mausoleum in the depths of the ancient path. It's majestic and boundless. Little friend, if you are interested, you can come and excavate it together with us in the future. The old man gave him another sweet jujube, which could be said to be earth-shattering. There were naturally tombs of true ancient emperors in the Northern Dipper constellation. However, up until now, no one had been able to excavate one. At most, they would only be able to excavate a secondary tomb. In the depths of the ancient path in the starry space, if there was a true tomb of an ancient emperor, it would undoubtedly be filled with a storm of blood. Experts from the various star regions would gather there, and they might really be able to excavate it. After that, the old man took out a jade weapon with a tiger-shaped hilt. The body of the sword was less than a foot long and was made from ancient heavenly jade. This was a saint weapon, and it was a symbol of status. Young Sir D has been conquering for tens of years. Up till now, he has given out a total of 5 saint weapons. No matter who controls one of them, they would be able to obtain information regarding deity-level battles as well as other necessities. The old man spoke. Although his words were vague, it was enough. This was a token of trust. He was probing Yi Fan, wanting to rope him in as a helper of young Sir D. Yi Fan glanced at him. He could clearly see a true dragon-shaped saint weapon as well as a phoenix-shaped Tao weapon. In the end, the old man chose a white tiger-shaped sword weapon as a gift. Although the old man did this in secret, summoning it from within his body, Yi Fan's origin heaven eye was extremely sharp. He had long seen through it. Seems like in the old man's heart, Qin Wentian was someone worth roping in, but he wasn't a peak-tier, sharp sword. Old sir, I have no interest in these things. I hate fighting and killing the most and rarely kill. My hands have never been stained with blood before. What I love the most in my life is romance. I want to ask if Fairy Qingshi already has someone in her heart? Senior, can you help me ask him indirectly? If you are able to pull some strings, would be eternally grateful. The old man almost flipped the table when he heard this. He flicked his sleeves and left. In the end, his face turned black as he stood up and bid farewell. How was it? The moment he returned to a garden, the others all stood up and asked. He said he rarely kills. Pooey. From what I know, he entered this world while bathed in blood. It's unknown how many experts he has slain. Seems like he isn't willing to hand over the source of his Tao. If we don't give him some pressure, he wouldn't understand. He wouldn't be able to see that he's just a supporting character in this world. What's most annoying is that he actually spoke in such a frivolous manner, disrespecting Fairy Qingshi and talking about romance with me. This bastard is truly audacious. If young Master D knew about this, he would definitely suppress him and let him understand his status. The old man was incomparably angry after he returned. He spoke to the others, but after being ridiculed by Yi Fan, all of them had expressions of unhappiness on their faces. In the air, Grand Governor Yuhan rode on a savage beast as he patrolled the city. When he saw the old man leaving, a look of contemplation appeared on his face as he spoke. These people aren't humans and are extremely powerful. They should be sent back by D. Tian to covet the source of the Tao. An old soldier narrowed his eyes as he spoke. Grand Governor, the supreme ancient Taoist rite is about to open. We can tear a corner and allow these people to enter. If they covet the source of the Tao, we can kill them at the last moment. If we can obtain the source of the Tao, it would be considered a great merit for us to protect the Taoist rite. Chapter 1273. In the cold night sky, the crescent moon hung high in the sky. Starlight shone down, causing this ancient city to be shrouded in a hazy mist. Yifan sat on the roof and stared at the night sky. Lama was right, suppressing his cultivation base was getting more and more difficult. He had to choose an ancient star as soon as possible. Now, the situation was extremely bad and there were many dangers. Becoming a saint was imminent. The city was very complicated. There were actually experts who returned from the depths of the starry sky ancient path. The most despicable thing was that some of the giants in the city also had evil intentions. He had reason to believe that the city guards were unreliable. It was just that he didn't know what that envoy was like. This was an extremely crucial person. The cry of a jackdaw sounded especially distant in the cold night sky. Not far away, a river flowed past, adjacent to this house. Xiao! Yifan instantly disappeared from the roof, the spear in his hand fiercely pierced into the river. With a splashing sound, he plucked out a body from the river, the spear pierced through the top of his head, he was already dead. The powers he faced were not of the good kind, especially with the origin of the Tao and ancient scriptures on him. Many people coveted him and it was destined that he wouldn't be able to live in peace. Perhaps only by killing all those with evil intentions could he completely eliminate all future troubles. In the latter half of the night, all was silent except for the flickering starlight. The city was very quiet. On a tall building in the distance, the second leader of the 13 steeds of heaven wasteland was holding a large bow with a huge spear-like arrow knocked on it. The blood groove was very deep and dark red in color. The words, Yifan, were actually engraved inside. Drops of fresh blood dripped down. This was a forbidden weapon that had been reinforced by a peerless expert. Within a certain distance, it possessed a terrifying and bizarre power that was impossible to defend against. He did his best to draw the large bow, emitting waves of dragon tiger energy. The blood-colored arrow was like a spear, sharp and cold. It was aimed at Yifan's residence. A strange whistling sound rang out. The blood-colored arrow pierced through the void, destroying everything in its path as it arrived in an instant. At the same time, Yifan felt a chill all over his body. Faint traces of blood appeared between his brows and his immortal platform felt like it was about to shatter. This feeling was similar to when he was fighting against Mount Junwei Mountain Lord. His opponent had used a strange forbidden technique, causing him to feel uneasy. At that moment, Yifan's body turned into the shape of a dragon, turning into a golden Tai Chi. At the same time, he raised his avatar and rushed into the sky. At the same time, he took out the myriad Chi cauldron. With a clang, the myriad Chi cauldron collided with the blood-red giant arrow, creating a deafening sound. Puff! The blood-red arrow shattered inch by inch before exploding violently. A powerful energy filled the air, startling everyone in the city. There were restrictions in the ancient city, but even so, the heavens were still torn apart. Starlight surged from the cosmos, hurricanes fierce as they poured into the dark star domain. Fortunately, there were experts who repaired the restriction immediately. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. What's going on? What happened? All the experts in the city felt their blood run cold. There was a flash of light on the tall building, and the second leader of the 13 steeds of heaven wasteland disappeared. He appeared in another residence and left the scene. Yifan's eyes were cold. He rushed up the tall building immediately, but he was still a step too late. He couldn't stop the enemy. In the magnificent hall, there were richly ornamented beams and arm-thick divine candles, illuminating the place. The second leader of the 13 steeds of heaven wasteland said, "The power of this arrow is truly extraordinary. Unfortunately, it still couldn't kill him." Yan Qifeng frowned and asked seriously, "How did he break it?" "You have to know that this arrow can easily kill a powerful ancient saint with several thousand years of cultivation. It was blocked by the cauldron forged from the myriad Chi origin root. It collapsed inch by inch." The second leader of the 13 steeds of heaven wasteland said. Although he only wanted to muddy the waters and didn't expect to kill him in one shot, it was still very regretful. No wonder. Back then, countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures were used to forge this arrow. Several thousand words of incantations were secretly engraved on it. It has the supreme divine power to break all techniques and can kill saints in an instant. Its only weakness is that it can be blocked by solid objects, said Yan Qifeng. This was a protective treasure left behind by his ancestor. This arrow could break all techniques and restrain endless divine techniques. It could easily destroy one's primordial spirit, but it was somewhat lacking in terms of physical attacks. When the second leader of the 13 steeds of heaven wasteland saw Yi Fan's golden circle and indistinct irregular scenes, he vaguely felt that it would be difficult to injure him without the cauldron. However, he didn't say much. He only had one goal, and that was to make more enemies for Yi Fan. Hong. Later in the night, another loud noise sounded. A giant purple hammer descended from the sky, smashing Yi Fan's residence into flying ashes, strands of holy qi scattering everywhere. Yi Fan stood in the sky with a gloomy expression. He decided to take the initiative and carry out a massacre in the latter half of the night. He was well aware of just how many people wanted to harm him. Right now, there was no need to talk about any evidence. He would just kill them all. However, the great commander appeared in time, leaving him no choice but to stop. He couldn't take action. The city isn't too peaceful. I hope you can restrain yourself, said Yuhan. Yi Fan didn't say anything. He was as quiet as the abyss. He landed on a blue stone by the riverside and closed his eyes to meditate. Early in the morning, multicolored light shone down. A morning full of vitality appeared. Everything that happened last night didn't cause any great waves. The city was bustling with activity. Dang, the great bell rang in a long and drawn-out manner. The envoy finally appeared. He seemed to have sensed something and didn't want these people to rest for too long. He wanted to immediately open the archaic trial grounds. The trial takers who stepped onto the ancient starry sky path were all in high spirits. None of them wanted to miss out on this moment. Yan Qifeng also wants to enter. He has entered many times during these years and obtained great benefits. Someone among the natives in the city said in a low voice. A group of savage beasts flew over, stepping on the sky. They were over 10 zhang above the ground as they whistled over. Apart from Yan Qifeng, there were also disciples of some great powers in the city. Even though it was against the rules to enter like this, they would still turn a blind eye to the disciples of the city. Di Tian's people also arrived. Several elders stood outside the crowd. Their gazes landed on Yi Fan's body with a bit of coldness, and then they looked at the great commander not far away. Ku Tuchuo, Tuobayu, Uya Mo, and the others stood in different directions. Their faces were expressionless as they waited for the opening of the archaic trial grounds to temper themselves. In the distance, Guanxing walked over together with the second leader of the 13 steeds of heaven wasteland. They walked towards Yan Qifeng and the other disciples. Right on the ancient city's plaza, 12 doors appeared out of thin air. They led to an archaic trial grounds. The divine doors were resplendent, and the interior seemed like an immortal domain. Wu, you all are on your own. Temper yourselves more. Back then, there were people who obtained great opportunities here. Now, their names have shaken the ancient path. For example, the exiled fairy, the great demonic god, and others have all comprehended deeply here. The envoy spoke and glanced at Fairy Qingshi not far away. Guanxing stood there and tightly clenched his fists. His knuckles were a bit green. It was because he recalled another name that could change the color of heaven and earth. For many people in the past, this name represented a type of taboo. He still remembered that back then, a man and a mount passed through the sky, nailing him and his mount to the ground with a single spear. Blood splashed everywhere. Just how domineering was that? Meanwhile, this person moved unhindered through the starry skies, unrivaled. Several years ago, he had been surrounded and hunted by many experts in the depths of the starry skies. After a great battle that lasted for an entire night, a part of the star path was destroyed, shaking up the boundless ancient region. Even after so many years had passed, Guanxing still felt as if he was being stared at by a primordial beast. All of the fine hairs on his body would stand on end. This was an indescribable feeling of suppression. Even now, that person was unrivaled, sweeping through everything in his path at the very front of the starry skies. There really weren't many who could fight against him. It was precisely in this archaic trial grounds that person had previously broken through the Tao grounds restrictions and rushed into outer space. Only Guanxing saw it, and not even the envoy knew. That domineering figure back then made his entire body go cold just thinking about it. When he returned to this old place, he immediately thought of that callous young supreme being. He couldn't help but tightly clench his fists. Back then, Guanxing saw Yi Fan enter the city alone, killing the middle-aged Taoist nun's golden-winged heavenly peng with a single spear, making him recall his own bitter experience. He was similarly pierced through by a spear, dripping with blood, making him recall memories. Without reason or choice, he began to hate Yi Fan, and as such, that was the reason for the later conflict. After more than 10 years of cultivation, he once again recovered his conviction, and his strength increased greatly. As a result, he stepped onto the ancient path again, starting from the first trial. However, now, he felt a bit of hesitation. As he stood here, he couldn't help but think of that person's power from back then. His body felt a bit cold. Guanxing looked at Yi Fan under the morning multicolored light, feeling a type of similar quality from his body. He said to himself, "What I hate and fear is this type of unrivaled temperament." The 12 gates opened. The trainees entered the archaic Tao grounds. The disciples of a few great powers also followed. The envoy, great commander, and soldiers didn't stop them. Then, the divine gates slowly closed. This was a boundless land, vast and majestic. Many ancient beasts were roaring, all of them archaic species that had long gone extinct in the outside world. They never expected to see one here. Several golden crows streaked across the sky, leaving behind strings of fiery light. A dragon sparrow spread its wings and grabbed a mountain range, using it to build a nest. It covered the sky and covered the earth, terrifying beyond compare. After Yi Fan entered, he closed his eyes and walked forward step by step. He used his heart to sense this majestic atmosphere, feeling a type of boundless power surging. The Tao of power. The power of time, the power of space, the power of heaven and earth, the power of all living things, many methods, 10,000 inheritances, all of them were inseparable from power, contained within. Yi Fan felt a sense of familiarity with this world. His entire body surged with blood energy, his body rumbling like thunder, releasing the most powerful fighting prowess. This great land made his holy blood surge. The human race's holy body was peerless, possessing boundless power. After coming to this place, he naturally merged into this atmosphere. Yi Fan walked on foot, measuring every inch of the land. He closed his eyes to sense all living things in nature, grasping the Tao of power. His entire body surged with essence blood, like a moving mountain, crushing the ancient land until it rumbled, as if it was going to cave in. In the end, he was like a star. Every time he moved, all living things in heaven and earth would resonate. Endless natural laws could be seen, and divine chains of order interweaved, piercing through mountains and rivers. The resplendent divine chains were connected to his body, making him look incomparably dazzling. He was like an immortal phoenix, bathing in flames and being reborn in the immortal domain. In this world, many vicious birds and ferocious beasts trembled. Even if there were holy beasts, they would all stay far away from him. Yi Fan had an urge to tear apart these mountains and rivers, break through the restrictions, transcend this place, and rush into the outside world to see exactly where he was. It's still early, I'll slowly comprehend it. Yi Fan didn't act rashly. After comprehending for half a month, he opened his eyes. Golden lightning tore through the void, and he felt his entire body brimming with power. With a wave of his hand, he could pluck stars and capture moons. Chapter 1274. The mountains and rivers were magnificent, and the spiritual energy was so dense that it couldn't be dispersed. Yi Fan could clearly feel the preciousness of this Tao field. Apart from the vicious birds and fierce beasts that roamed the world and the ancient medicines that were everywhere, there was also a lot of spiritual earth. He walked on foot and saw many precious cultivation lands. Auspicious energy surged and was extremely suitable for cultivation. There were even some lakes that were colorful and enshrouded in auspicious mist. They could be called spiritual lakes and overflowed with essence energy. These were all rare divine lands. He even saw the evolution process of the origin. In some places, the essence energy of heaven and earth was so dense that it became liquid and crystallized. Yi Fan had already entered the archaic Tao field for more than half a month, comprehending the Tao and cultivating. He hadn't met any opponents. Only Longma followed behind him and was similarly immersed in a wondrous state. It's time to take a look. He rode on Longma and rushed into the sky. He stepped on auspicious clouds and galloped across the sky, causing rumbling sounds. The various powerful beasts in the spiritual mountains and ancient lands didn't dare to come out. Goo! A golden crow and a flood dragon were fighting over a blood phoenix vine. The ancient vine was scarlet and sparkling like an agate. It wasn't thick or long, only about 3 meters long. It was shaped like an immortal phoenix spreading its wings, causing a bloody battle between the beast kings. This place is truly extraordinary. There's actually such a thing. Legend has it that the essence blood left behind by immortal spirits will produce some strange plants and ancient medicines. This should be a precious vine, said Longma. When the sandpiper and clam fought, the fisherman reaped the benefits. Longma suddenly rushed in and snatched this blood phoenix vine. It bit down like a cow chewing on a peony. Immediately, scarlet light flickered all over its body and essence energy shot out in all directions, almost causing it to split apart. They crossed the sky for tens of thousands of li and arrived at a peaceful place. They saw light flickering in front of them and a woman sitting cross-legged in a large pond. Strands of holy light curled around her. This is dragon saliva. Yi Fan was astonished. The spiritual pond was very small, only about a zhang or so. Essence energy surged inside and overflowed with light and colors. There were spiritual grasses and ancient medicines growing everywhere in the surroundings. The surging pool liquid was the essence spat out by the dragon head of the earth vein, a type of precious liquid produced by the great earth. It was extremely rare and hard to come by. Mu Guanghan sat cross-legged in the middle, the precious liquid soaking her clothes. Her graceful jade body was faintly discernible, her curves moving. Her cloud-like hair was smooth and soft, scattered around her snow-white neck. She closed her eyes, bathing in the dragon saliva, becoming one with the underground dragon vein and the entire mountain and river. A wave of boundless power surged. This girl's luck really is great, actually obtaining such a precious land to comprehend the Tao, achieving twice the result with half the effort. Longma said, looking eager to give it a try, wishing to sneak attack. But in the end, they didn't take action. Mu Guanghan hadn't provoked them, and they didn't want to ruin their foundation for no reason. Comprehending their own Tao was the most important thing, because they only had a month's time. Staying in such a wonderful place, every minute was precious. Amitabha, in the depths of another mountain range, Buddhist chants rumbled like thunder. That place became a golden world. All types of Buddhist light flowed about, submerging the entire mountain range and ancient land. Ku Tuchuo was currently cultivating, almost turning this spiritual mountain range into a Buddhist country. The atmosphere was magnificent, and there were 3,000 ancient Buddhas chanting in the heavens, shaking the great earth. What is this monk doing? Longma was astonished. He is establishing a void Buddhist country. Yi Fan was moved. Ancient bodhisattvas and ancient Buddhas turned into streaks of golden figures, surrounding Ku Tuchuo, revolving around him. It was mysterious and grand. That mountain split apart, and a small temple appeared. Longma widened his eyes. Cracks appeared on the towering mountain in front of them. An ancient temple rose into the air, giving off a brilliant light that illuminated the surroundings. The image of a Buddha could vaguely be seen sitting cross-legged inside. The fluctuations within the temple are so powerful. This is a type of inheritance. Yi Fan narrowed his eyes, standing in the distance, not leaving. That small temple sucked Ku Tuchuo inside. The golden splendor seemed to have turned into liquid, covering this place. Then, blazing light flickered, and then everything disappeared. The ancient temple, the chanting, the 3,000 bodhisattvas, and Buddhas all completely disappeared. This Baldi's origins aren't small. We weren't able to barge in, so that small temple is definitely a divine treasury. Longma was envious. That's a Buddhist thing, and it most likely needs a special incantation to open. Yifan didn't linger, turning around to leave. He roughly understood what kind of world this was. There were endless heavenly materials and earthly treasures, containing endless opportunities. No wonder Yan Qifeng followed him all these years. There were just too many wondrous places. Yifan landed on the ground, no longer searching. He comprehended the Tao and cultivated his body, walking on foot. He was adjusting his body's state, preparing to break through the restrictions of this world to take a look. That was because this wasn't an ancient star with life, but rather a sealed world. He didn't know what the outside world was like. After walking like this for a few days, Yifan saw a familiar person. Rui Wei was currently collecting all types of spiritual materials, and she was extremely happy to see him. This really is a good place. If I can bring my clansmen to live here, it will be like entering heaven. Rui Wei could only think like this. As a training ground, the primeval Taoist rite definitely couldn't be open to outsiders. Have you seen any special places? Yifan asked. Rui Wei said, there are a few forbidden areas that are extremely dangerous. Ordinary people don't dare to enter, especially the profound magnetic ground. As long as you have metal weapons, you will definitely be torn apart. Where is it? Longma immediately asked. Yifan was also shaken. He had a kind of wondrous art that couldn't be cultivated without divine magnets. He needed to temper it in order to achieve perfection. It's not far from here, and it really is a dangerous place. I saw some people being crushed as soon as they got close, not to mention going deeper, Rui Wei said with a pale face. I'll go take a look. Rui Wei reminded, Brother Yi, you mustn't take risks for no reason. That really isn't a good place. There are white bones and ashes everywhere, and it's boundlessly terrifying. This was a modeled ancient land. The surroundings were quiet, and there were no ancient medicines, spirit herbs, or strange beasts roaming about. It was lifeless. In the depths of the mountain range, there was a towering mountain that reached into the clouds. At the base of the mountain, there were rays of immortal light rushing up. It was actually an ancient cave. In front of the mountain range, there was a thick layer of white bone powder, turning this place into a land of death in name only. However, the immortal light in the cave was so alluring. Brother Yi, are you really going in? Rui Wei was worried. I'm only going to cultivate a kind of divine art. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Yifan patted his shoulder. I have a calamity evasion tablet here. If you encounter danger, you can immediately crush it and you'll be able to escape in an instant, Rui Wei said and passed over a stone tablet. It was only about a foot long, and there were many runes carved on it. This was a secret treasure of the sect. He kept it to protect his life, and now he lent it to Yifan because he was worried that something would happen to him here. There's no need. Yifan shook his head. He didn't immediately rush in, but instead began to operate the origin magnetic wonderful technique from the outside, cultivating and drawing out strand after strand of immortal light. Longma was like this as well, earnestly comprehending the Tao, experiencing the wonders of this sect's secret technique. The man and horse were immediately surrounded by electromagnetic light, looking incomparably mysterious. Their bodies were sparkling and almost transparent. Of course, this wasn't electromagnetic in the traditional sense, but rather divine magnetism. 4 hours later, Rui Wei was moved. He had no choice but to back up and leave this mountain range. It was because this place was completely surrounded by immortal light. That man and horse gradually entered deeper and deeper, entering the ancient cave. From this day forth, horses neighed, dogs barked, dragons cried, and cheelants roared from time to time. Yifan clenched his teeth and persevered, but Longma howled like ghosts and gods. Even though it didn't shrink back, it cried out endlessly without any restraint. It was hard to imagine. Alongma released all kinds of beast-like roars. Those who didn't know would think that there was a group of ancient beasts trapped here. This was an archaic cave that had existed for who knew how many tens of thousands of years. Origin magnetic immortal light came in strand after strand after strand, seemingly endless. After Yifan entered, he endured the pain of his body breaking down. The human body had field energy. When trapped by this origin magnetic immortal light, they mutually affected each other, almost instantly turning one into ashes. However, Yifan resisted. During these few days, he cultivated the origin magnetic divine technique to a shocking level, advancing by leaps and bounds, approaching the consummate level. Woof, awoo. Longma bared its teeth and cried out again and again. Its cultivation was also almost complete. The ancient cave was extremely deep. At the end of the immortal light pervading the air, there were actually a few ancient vines. Their branches and leaves were sparse, but every single one was sparkling and translucent, immortal light surging. Damn, how can there be vegetation in this place? It shouldn't be able to survive. So fragrant, it actually produced fruits. Longma cried out loudly. It opened its mouth and swallowed one. Ayo woof. Immediately afterwards, it began to kick its hind legs, its entire body releasing origin magnetic immortal light. It was about to break apart, its entire body twitching. If not for cultivating the related secret technique, Longma would have definitely died here. So powerful, this is the purest origin magnetic immortal light, a type of origin power from before heaven and earth was created. Longma cried out in pain and excitement. Yifan also ate a fruit. This wasn't an undying immortal medicine, but a type of mutant fruit rarely seen throughout the ages. It possessed special divine effects. In the end, his entire body also trembled, receiving a baptism. His entire body was like a bright mirror, like a divine glass mirror, brilliant and dazzling. Now, his origin magnetic divine technique was successfully cultivated. In the future, as long as his cultivation realm increased, this type of secret technique would become more and more terrifying. It could be considered an unmatched secret technique, comparable to the forbidden ancient technique of imperial scriptures. When the divine technique was successfully cultivated, the danger this ancient cave posed to them was immediately reduced. It could no longer injure their bodies. 10,000 strands of immortal light swept over like a cool breeze. Yifan and Longma each ate an origin magnetic mutant fruit, but in the end, they discovered that it wasn't that useful to them anymore. One was enough. The ancient vine was brilliant and dazzling, and there were 8 other fruits. Every single one of them was only the size of a fist, all of them overflowing with brilliant colors as if they were carved from ancient heavenly jade. Wu, are you sure you saw him arrive in this ancient land and enter the archaic origin magnetic immortal cave? Unknowingly when Yan Qifeng arrived outside the mountain range. He was a bit shocked when he saw auspicious multicolored light surging and 10,000 strands of immortal light. Someone at the side said with an incomparably certain tone, I saw it with my own eyes through the origin sky divine mirror. Yan Qifeng frowned and said, the most mysterious and terrifying place in the archaic Tao rite is none other than this, known as the Immortal Cave. From the ancient times until now, not many trial takers could enter. There shouldn't be great benefits inside, right? Someone asked. The others also revealed fervent expressions. It's rumored that there's a type of ancient vine that fell from another world. Yan Qifeng pointed high up in the sky. Ah, what's so special about it? Many people were excited. This vine has a kind of fruit, and it can be considered an immortal medicine that can't die. However, it has strange and miraculous effects. Only those who consume it know of its wonders, Yan Qifeng said. Really? What a pity. Since not many people have entered since the ancient times, it's useless even if we yearn for it. Since this person has entered, then he can forget about coming out. Let's send him on his way. Yan Qifeng sneered and directly took out a magic treasure, blasting it into the depths of the mountain range. A blazing light and a huge boom rang out. The magic treasure was shattered, but the origin magnetic immortal light became even more terrifying, like a vast ocean bursting through a dam. Right, let's send him on his way. The others also laughed cruelly. He dared to enter the archaic immortal cave. Let's send him to become an immortal, heh. With Yen Qifeng in the lead, more than 10 people attacked this mountain range. All the magic treasures that were shot out were turned into powder, unable to be preserved under the origin magnetic immortal light.